Yo, what the fuck is going on, Mayvizzle fans, followers, voyeurs, peeping toms? Fuck you guys doing here watching me? You better not be here for me. You better be here for my guest. Because today, straight out of motherfucking Detroit, I have the man behind the keys and some vocals and Acid Witch. He also makes fantastic fucking movie score. John Carpenter would shit his pants if he heard what this man was crafting in his dungeon. I have Slasher Dave.
Yo, yo, what up?
Yo, dude. Fuck yeah, man. I was telling you, I've been trying to talk to you for a minute. I'm so stoked to have you on here. You've dropped some badass shit. I think you were my introduction to the like soundtrack type projects that people have been
Okay, cool.
releasing. You pretty much primed me to be ready when like bands would drop it. Like for example, like Fulci, they dropped what was it? Exhumed Information. Their first half of it was slam, and then the second half just turns into like a movie soundtrack, the whole side B. And it
Oh,
was
really? I didn't hear that.
yeah, I was really on it was really unexpected. I was like, wait a minute, this is Fulci. And it was really good though. Like after I already knew what to listen for, I was like, oh shit, like
Yeah.
this is pretty tight. Like they're doing what Slasher Dave fucking does over there, man. Like
Oh, it's odd hearing that and hearing bands do this. You know, I guess everybody has like a side project now in a band, but when I first started doing this shit in like 2007, Razorback Records, don't know if you're familiar with them. Uh, they had a sub label called Deadbeat Media, and they were gonna put out like a Slasher Dave album in like 2008, but nobody gave a fuck about soundtrack music. It wasn't until like 2013, 2012, 2013 when like Death Waltz came out and started like reissuing all the like classic soundtracks to people started making these groups and shit. But I'm kind of an OG when it comes to that type of music because I've been doing it for so fucking long now.
yeah, and how long have you been putting it on vinyl? Like that's
13.
damn.
Basically, I was too ahead of my fucking time, to be honest with you. Like me and Razorback Records, both like Billy and Joe that ran the label, we were like 8 years ahead of our time. It took a while for the horror community to like catch up to where we were at musically. So once 2013 happened, I'm like, all these soundtrack people, all of a sudden, people these dollar bin records are $50 records, and people give a fuck about synth soundtrack. So fuck it, I'm gonna start doing this shit again. And I just, it kind of took a minute for people to start listening to it.
Yeah, man. That's fucking sick. Like you so you were ahead of the whole fucking curve of that shit coming in. and
Everything, yeah.
and the love, how long have you wanted to make this? Like was how long did it take you from the point like when did you know I'm gonna make this kind of shit? Like I'm about to make some soundtrack like synth music.
I would say like 2007, 2008 ish when I started doing it. Once I got the hang of it and, started to see, oh, this little wire connects this synth to this one, and it there's a time clock, and it clocks all of them together to kind of go on the grid and quantize everything. Once I started figuring out like how MIDI and the clock works and all that, I don't know, it kind of it just consumed my life. And like I probably went through like 5 years of YouTube tutorials to like just learn how to like make the music that I'm producing sound good, because mixing and shit is a whole nother thing than just a lot of people can make a beat, but to get it to sound good and compete with other artists, that shit's hard. And I don't go to a studio, I do everything right here. So it's a lot of learning and just being a hermit piece of shit.
Yeah, having that time, man. It's a trip. Like my boy, so I was a hip hop musician for like fucking
Really,
fuck
you rapped?
years for years. Yeah,
Oh, you got to send me that shit.
oh,
I want to hear that old shit.
I got hella shit. Yeah,
Hell
fucking.
yeah.
But I totally feel you on that. Like my boy, like I want to say halfway through my career, my boy decided he wanted to produce for me because I had a falling out with my producer of a bunch of years. And then my boy was like, let me get into this. So he got all the equipment, got everything for it. And then it took about a year and a half of YouTube, like to
Yep.
figure it out, you know?
I'm
And that
still
was
on it.
our,
I'm still on it at 3 in the fucking morning. I'm still on YouTube learning shit. God. But what a world we live in that you get to learn that shit and I get to learn it. And anybody else that wants to fucking learn how to, I don't know, build a fucking table can learn how to do it. You know, it's kind of nuts. But I
yeah.
want to hear that shit.
Oh yeah, man. I'll show you some of it. A
Hell
lot
yeah.
of it's really fucking rough. Like I everything I always did was DIY for hella long, so there
That's
was
cool. I appreciate that more than like other shit. I like that cheap shit.
thank you for the sub, Dante Mozzarella. Yeah,
Hell
or
yeah,
mozzarella.
Dante.
But yeah, man, you know, like that. It was funny because I think things clicked for me because I always mix my own vocals. Like he used to make like you know, he'd make beats and shit, all my beats and everything, and then I would do the vocals and then I would do the mastering of shit. And like I didn't know what a vocal chain was. I mean, I was making vocal chains for fucking years, but I didn't know what it was until like 7 years into it. And
Yeah.
like why I'm putting things like I literally would start with like reverb at the beginning of my chain like for years and then I realized what the fuck am I doing? You know what I mean? And then I got
I
it and
did
I'm like
that too. I did that too. I would, if you listen to like old Acid Witch shit, if you listen to like Witch Tannic hallucinations, I have like reverb on the bass guitar, and like you should never put reverb on low end. It just makes the mix like very muddy. Once you get to that low mid like 250 range, you should never have reverb on that. But I don't know. I've had so many people come up to me and be like, "How did you get that fucking nasty tone on Witch Tannic, bro?"
yeah.
And it's like, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, bro. I just fucking did it. I don't know. You
Yeah.
know, it's music is not fun unless you're like experimenting. And I feel like if you're a broke ass and you're working with minimal shit, like I did for years, you know, I still am compared to what I'd want to work with, but it gives you an extra, I don't know, edge on top of people that have everything to make everything sound polished. If you can make it sound like that just by like cheap shit and practice, then I appreciate what you're doing a lot more than like some rich kid with a fucking, you know, $30,000 studio.
Yep. Yeah, it trips me out like what some people are capable of. Like I remember when Little Peep came out, I was like reading about him and how he did his shit, and apparently I think he spent like $500 on a microphone and then recorded his shit in Audacity, like
Yeah.
everything, and it blew up, you know.
When I hear that shit, I mean, Skrillex, the dubstep guy's another guy. It's like, dude was making music on a fucking $500 shit laptop. And I mean, all of a sudden he creates like a genre of, you know, music and blows up and just gets like, I don't know. I love hearing that shit. I love hearing young kids just doing dumb shit with the cheap shit that they have and then getting fucking mad rich from like just like fucking around in their bedroom. That's super fucking cool to me.
Yeah, man. I remember the days of having like FL Studio, like the demo version and shit, where you can't
Yep.
save anything. So you
Yep.
gotta like do it all in one shot and then
Yep. You,
export the motherfucker.
that one session, you got to commit.
Yeah, man. So you have you used the same DAW through your entire time, or do you
No,
dabble in a couple?
most most of like I would say all of Slasher Dave's solo project shit is Logic. Uh, but before that, it was GarageBand. Every Acid Witch album except for Evil Sound Screamers is just shitty GarageBand. It goes back to what we were just talking about, and like, you know, working with what you got. We're not a bunch of fucking rich kids. We had shitty equipment, and we just did what we did, and I don't know, somehow shit happens if you're passionate enough for it in what you're doing and you just keep going at it. You know, shit'll start popping off. You just got to work.
Yeah, it's funny because like that album, Witch Tannic, dude, that shit was like really well put together. You like that's shocking hearing that that was done in GarageBand. Like I swear to God, I was just listening to it the other day, and I was like, man, this is some pretty clean production on this project. Like that's
I had
fucking
no
crazy.
idea. We had no idea what we were doing. I was traveling back and forth in Michigan to Lansing, which is like an hour and a half drive. That's where Shagrat lived at the time. And it was just like going back and forth for like 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I think both Stoned and Witch Tannic took like a couple weeks to write and record, like very quick. And we might kind of be at the point of having a decent amount of songs for some new shit this year, and you know, put some new fucking Acid Wood shit out finally.
Oh, that'll be fucking nice to hear some new shit this year,
But
man.
yeah, just going back to what you were saying, we didn't have shit. It was just like if you're really into what you're doing and you've got GarageBand, you know, fucking figure it out. Like there's enough information out there to figure out any free program. Just use what you got. I encourage people. If you're a fucking death metal band too, like this is what gets me with a lot of death metal shit nowadays. If you're a fucking death metal band and you put out a raw album and there's 12 songs on it, but you're calling it a fucking demo because you want to re-record in a fucking studio, fuck you. It's just put it out as a full length. If it's fucking raw, then that shit's cool. Like, don't put it out as a demo. If you recorded that at home in your fucking garage or something, put that shit out as a full length. Like, there are still a huge amount of people that listen to extreme metal that want not lo-fi, but raw or production that doesn't sound the same as every other fucking album in a studio, right? I mean,
Yeah, I totally agree. There's a
yeah.
album in particular. I bring it up a couple times on here. Abysmal by Black Dahlia Murder. Like
Mm.
apparently when they did their initial mix of it, it had that raw sound to it. Like all everything playing at once, kind of had that like reverb like in the back. It sounded like a 90s album supposedly.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
they fucking they brought it to Metal Blade, and then I guess Metal Blade sent it right back to them and said, no, we need a really clean mix on this, so it sounds like all the more modern shit that's out. So
Yeah.
that version is like tucked away in some fucking archive now. But I like when I hear that, I'm like, dude, I want to hear what the fuck that sounds like. Like, they're so technical. That shit would be awesome to fucking hear.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's a shame because again, what you get with the whatever label you just said, Relapse or Metal Blade, um, they want the clicky kick drums that cut through the mix. They want the a lot of people don't know this, but like 80% of the like big studios that like death metal bands record in, but what they do is they take the live drummer playing, they take the snare and they'll like gate it to where just the transient, just that initial hit comes in. And every time that hit comes in, it's automatically replaced with a sample of from their studio. And that's why when you're listening to a new, like, bigger record like that, you're listening to it and you're like, wow, that's the same snare as blah, blah, blah. And you listen to that and you're like, holy shit. And now, from me producing for so long, I know the little tricks to do now from talking to so many producers, and it's wild what they do. These huge producers, they will make their snare sample, okay, and they'll replace it every time the real snare comes in. They replace it with a sample, but they put a layer of white noise behind the snare, and then they tune it to the key of the song. So the snare is actually like in key with the guitars and shit. It's fucking wild, like what these producers do, but that's not really my style. I would never. Maybe my Slasher Dave shit, I think that kind of stuff is cool, but if you're in a metal, extreme metal band or rock in general, come on. We don't need tuned snares and shit. I might use it for a cool effect or something, but like, you don't need, in a rock band, you don't need tuned snares. That is just absurd, but it is what it is. these labels think, they think they know what people want. But if, let's say, Carcass came out with whatever last album they just did that came with the fucking fork and knife.
Yeah.
If Carcass was to come out with an album that was recorded in a garage on an answering machine and call it a fucking full length and have blast beats back and shit, I bet you that album for that label would sell more than a highly produced, if they went back to like the Reek sound and shit, like, come on. That's what people want to listen to, right? I mean,
Yep. It's a thing too. It's like creativity. Like I brought up a couple times the Devil Wears Prada, for example. Like that band, dude. When they first came out, they were like that post-hardcore sounding like metalcore type shit, and then they progressed and they got like more heavy, and then they almost, when all the deathcore shit came out, they started doing that, and then now they sound like fucking like Five Finger Death Punch, and it's just like, come on, man, like that's not what the
it's
fan
not,
base wants.
you're right, but there's that fine line of what the band wants. Like, do you want to go somewhere? Do you want to fucking sign to a big label? Do you want to have a bunch of fucking retarded fans? That you could take that side, which, I don't mean to sound mean or anything, but, straight the fuck up. If you listen to this type of music, you know what I'm fucking talking about. Do you want that? Or do you want to stay underground and cool? Or do you want to do what I've tried to do and what Acid Witch has tried to do? And that's just stay in that fucking middle of, we don't need you fucking big labels. We don't need to do shit, underground and super fucking small either. We can do whatever the fuck we want in the middle and always have like that steady fan base of not being, we get it in music a lot, especially in metal. A band pops off for, the first 2 albums, 3 albums, and then just it
Yeah.
just collapses and you don't hear anything about them.
Yeah.
There's a fine line of doing what you want to do in a band and keeping true to yourself and giving fans whatever they want to. There's like a balance, and I think that's the trick to music, is finding a happy medium of like what you think people want to hear and what you want to veer off and do. And me as a musician, I mean, I make hip hop beats, I do rap albums, I do, Acid Witch, my Slasher Dave stuff, the TV shit. I don't want to pigeonhole myself in any one, type of like music or anything. I just kind of want to do everything if I can.
Yeah, and that's cool because it shows your taste in like what you do. Like, it gives a deeper look into what kind of shit you're actually into. Like I was like tripping because I remember when I first saw you start making a rap beat, because at first I was like, this dude makes synth shit mostly. Then you fucking you were like on a kick listening to like Cypress Hill or some shit.
Yeah.
And then you were like, yo, I could do some shit like this. And then you made like a week later, I tune in and like the beat's almost done. And then you're spitting on it. I was like, what the fuck? Like this dude does it all, man. And I respect that because like I said, I did hip hop. I fucking, I played guitar in bands and shit for a long ass time. Like that's just shit that I try to touch everything too. If I could do some R&B, I'd do it, and
Yeah, I
whatever
never
I'm
got into
feeling.
that. I would probably produce some fucking R&B, but I never fucking got into that. But fuck yeah, I would produce some of that shit.
Yeah, man, having that wide range of taste, it complements everything that you do, like in different, things as well. Like you have experience from
Thank you.
here. Like for a long time, I had an issue with captivating a crowd when I was doing hip hop. I did like 90s boom bap type shit. So I
Hell yeah.
remember like doing shows and people would just be like, okay, just sitting there smoking, talking, like not really paying too much
And you'd be
attention.
on stage like just fucking going nuts.
Yeah, like trying
Yeah,
to engage people and shit, and
yeah.
then I was like, you know what, I got to switch it up a little bit. And then I was like, when I was doing death metal shit, like what would get the crowd going? A motherfucker jumping in the crowd, starting a pit, you know, bumping into somebody and screaming, or like just being loud in between songs, selling like
Yep.
they used to say to Ozzy, sell a raffle when he first started doing his shit, you know, like in between songs when Sabbath
Yeah,
started.
for sure.
And I remember there's this one show that I did in particular. I'll show you this shit. But I went out there and I like got like a whole different type of beat, and I was like, I'm gonna scream these fucking lyrics over the shit, and killed it, dude. Everybody lost their shit. It was in this little venue, like in a fucking it was in this little like barber shop, I think it was. It was like a fucking barber shop. We're in the back of it. Yeah,
That's
they had like an
dope.
outdoor area. And I remember
Okay.
doing that shit. And if I had never been in a death metal band or was open minded to get into that kind of shit when I was younger, this would have never happened. You know, like it never
Yeah,
would
for
have. I
sure.
never would have found a sound or created a sound, you know, like so that shit, it's weird where you get inspiration from. Like when
Yeah,
you started doing synths and acid witch, like what how how did that come to be? Like, you know, when you look at doom, like synth isn't a thing that you see in a lot of bands like that.
it is popping up and more. It's becoming a thing again. You got to think like when it 70s, 80s, there was a lot of synth, even mixed with rock and classic rock. You know, even if you don't hear it, there's a lot of synth. There's kind of always been, but in Acid Witch, I mean, Acid Witch wasn't like a band. Acid Witch was me learning how to fucking do shit and mixing like I don't know organ and John Carpenter shit with uh at the time I was really into like Witchfinder General and Trouble and just like that style of doomy new wave of British heavy metal stuff. And I just combined it by myself, fucking around, and I made a MySpace page of it, fucking MySpace, and I didn't tell anybody it was me, and it just fucking blew up. Like one song on the stupid player, and I think it was just so wild and ridiculous. Like I had like lo-fi witch laughing from like Spooky Sounds albums on it, sound effects, kind of ridiculous guitars, and like everything was over the top about it. And that's how the name Acid Witch is kind of just over the top when you think about it. But I don't know what happened. Like it, the synth thing, Acid Witch, it was never supposed to be a thing. I never looked at Acid Witch as like this is gonna be a band until shit started coming out, and from two MySpace songs we had a record deal. Like like it was then when I asked my friend Tim Shagrat to join and make like a full length album, and his mind is like he's got a fucking crazy writer's mind of just like the wildest demented fucking ideas imaginable. So he's just such a perfect thing. But that's how Acid Witch kind of came to be, and our whole idea with it was he liked you know he liked what I was doing with the Slasher Dave shit back then. He's probably one of the only people that remember my Slasher Dave page on MySpace, back in 2007 or whatever, and was like, so combining everything of like, yes, put the keyboards in, put, you know, layer these weird sounds. When we were recording, his dog barked that we were recording vocals. His dog barked so fucking loud. And if you listen to Witchtanic Hallucinations, the song during the breakdown, you hear, Hur! And it kind of like echoes out. It's just like weird shit that we were just having fun. We were just like smoking weed and having fun, writing stupid fucking riffs and then writing keyboards on top of it. It was never supposed to be anything super serious, and it never has been. And I think that's what's so genuine about it is we're not in it for the money. We're not in it for any other reason than to just do what we like to do and what we have fun doing. There's no like anything, and it's so genuine. And if you know Shagrat and his interests, and then on my side with the crazy Halloween shit, my interest, it's just like the crazy perfect marriage of shit. But that's how, sorry that was so fucking long, but
No, it's all
that's
good.
how the synthesizers and just the weirdness of and like genreless attitude of Acid Witch like came to be is just we never meant for it to be anything, and it's, you know, we have fun doing it. We're just gonna have keep having fun doing it. And I don't know, now we're at the point to where you really can't name any other bands that sound like Acid Witch. I was like live one night and people were throwing them at me. I'm playing them live. I'm like trying to find something, but now that I think back to what we were doing in like, you know, 2008 with Witch Tanic and shit, it's just so fucking different and weird. And like it had to have just been a breath of fresh air to like extreme metal fans because yeah, we had a lot of shit talkers. You know, we had fucking people that didn't get it. That was just like black metal extreme fucking kids that were just like, what the fuck is this Halloween green witch shit? Like, what the fuck is this pumpkins trick or treat kids underground shit? And we had like so many shit talkers. But again, we were so far ahead of our time that now bands come out that have horror themes in their music, and uh we've influenced things like King Diamond and Slayer, huge bands. Label these labels and these fans back when we were coming out talk so much shit about us. Oh, what's that die cut cartoon Halloween stupid underground decoration coming with the fucking albums? All of a sudden, these huge labels that are, you know, distroing our records from Hell's Headbangers are seeing, what the fuck? These records are like flying off the shelves, selling more than our bands. We have to keep ordering them. What the fuck? And it took years for them, like 8 fucking years, for them to be like, well, maybe we should do a Misfits die cut decoration or a Slayer or a King Diamond. But again, if you go back to that shit, I mean, even we were doing that shit before like companies even started doing like die cut shit. And I don't know if you're familiar with all the Halloween companies now that, you know, do old recreations of Halloween shirts and shit. None of that shit was fucking cool. We, you know, I never remember that shit being cool ever. So it's weird how time catches up and that pendulum is always kind of swinging. And right now we're kind of like, I don't know, going back to like recycled ideas that these big labels are doing. It's how can we cash in on these big bands? Come on. Like you're going to make a Slayer like or like a Napalm Death action figure. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everything is so blown up and marketable right now that it's it's fucking weird. And yeah, I've, you know, we've thought about doing Acid Witch shit as because we actually have a mascot that is, you know what I mean? It's not just taking this album cover and making a figure out of it. We could actually do something fucking super dope. But come on. Like, I don't know. Shit's crazy, and it takes a while for people to like kind of get, if you're doing something really different, it takes a minute for people to like catch up and, you know, kind of see what you're doing if you're doing some weird shit like we were doing.
Yeah, man. The fucking that's
Sorry, I'm rambling.
no, it's all good, man. That's what we're here for, man. We're here to hear
Yeah.
you talk. Like that's you know fucking awesome. Like I that's what I love about you know these smaller labels that are doing just distro for a lot of bands. Like you see hella cool shit coming with the projects, and I noticed that like you know that you see on the bigger labels like shit going out. Like I think like Dying Fetus did like didn't they sell like a fucking knife or some shit with like their latest release on vinyl. It like
Carcass just had a dining set
I,
come out with a plate, a fork, and a knife. And I don't know. I even think it came with like a fucking napkin or something. I don't.
I seen that, yeah, for the torn arteries of the fucking.
Yeah, and again, it's like that's the most Alibaba shit I've ever seen in my life. Of just like, you know, just quick branding
Yeah,
on the most, kind of random, nicely themed. I got to give it to them, you know, nicely themed with the artwork and everything. I'm not knocking it or whatever, but yeah, it's kind of fucking kind of crazy.
yeah. Like I like the. I feel like more thought. I mean, with the big labels, you do see some kind of out there shit sometimes, but like the smaller ones, you feel like more thought or more thematically things that make sense. Get put together. Like I got this fucking. Oh, I don't even have it right here. I don't even know where it went. Right here. I got this fucking like alien slime biohazard shit that came with like a tape that I got from Frozen Screams imprint.
Okay.
When I got like, and it was like a demo for this band called Hormagon. It was a 3-track demo, and you get some slime. Like it's fucking, that shit's cool. But then, like I think that that's fucking badass that you've been doing that for a minute, dude. Like
We
putting dope shit together. Like you really care about thematically putting your shit
packaging.
together.
We we you know, it's not I'm not just like I do all the artwork for my Slasher Dave shit. I don't Other artists don't do that shit. For Acid Witch, we've had other artists, but it's usually Shagrat on artwork on the covers. He's the master at fucking hand painted shit. It looks like old school, fucking comic covers. And we're both fucking graphic designers too. So put two heads in a band like that together that are also like, artists and designers that, yeah, there's a bit of we need our packaging to be super dope. All the bands that we like all had the dope packaging. Like we're just fucking trying to carry that torch of the shit that we're before we're in a band, we're fans of the music, number one. So it's just like again, I'll just going back to being fans of shit and being influenced by it and trying to do something new with things like the Slasher Dave shit last year for Halloween. I did the neighborhood watch kit. I don't know if you saw, but like it was like a whistle, a fucking flash, a solar powered flashlight, so you don't even need batteries, a lanyard, those old sticky things for the windows for firefighters to like, grab a kid out of burning house, like the cling. And I just went back in my childhood and thought of all this like cool shit, and it actually had something to do with the album as far as the song, Neighborhood Watch. And I think it's like just going back in the past and thinking of like new shit to like fucking kind of do like that. And I don't know. You just held that up and showed me it. So there's obviously a sense of like, I don't know. I just feel like if you get a cool package of something, it connects you a bit more to it.
Yeah,
You
for
know what I
sure.
mean? Like you even if it's something like that, like you just look at it and it reminds you of buying that. So I don't know. It's just this weird kind of like cool collector mentality, like thing that we've always collected comics and movies and Halloween records and shits, die cuts, everything that you see in Acid Witch that we like sing about and like put. That's just our representation of what we're actually like, fans of.
Were you big into like Fangoria? Because like you said, that shit
Yeah,
wasn't popular back then. And I remember being a kid in high school and seeing like Fangoria. I was exposed to that. I'd go on the website and look at shit. And it was like a subculture. It was like a counterculture type thing. Like people didn't fucking get it. Like you were weird if you're into horror and shit. I remember I used to rent all the straight to DVD movies. Like you remember that movie May? Like,
yeah,
dude, like that movie, like straight to
yeah,
DVD, fucked up
yeah,
ass movie, good movie, good movie.
yeah.
And And like that was the kind of
I
shit I
haven't
was
watched that in a
into.
minute. Yeah, I mean, it's weird you say that because I want you to think about this too. How old are you?
I'm 29.
Okay, I'm like 10 years older than you. When I was a kid, Freddie and Jason was pop culture. So it wasn't a weird thing. Everybody was into Fangoria and horror shit. Like Freddie and Jason was on every fucking commercial. Pepsi was on or Freddie was on MTV, you know, introducing bands and doing all this crazy shit with Dokken, and it was a part of pop culture. So when I was born, I'm 38. So I was born right at the tail end of that shit, I would say, because right when it got to be like, I was born in 1984, right when it got to be, I'd say like 92 ish, yeah, that's when everything started to really die as far as like cool horror shit goes. And I'm sorry, I'm fucking losing track, but going back to it was popular when I was a kid. So it wasn't a a weird thing, I guess. And growing up into punk music and shit and Misfits, I think the kids that I went to school with and shit just kind of looked at me as like the punk kid with crazy hair and shit anyway. So they knew I was into that fucking weirdo shit, you know? And I don't know. You watch shit like Stranger Things nowadays, and you see a giant poster on a kid's wall or a VHS tape, but you look in the magazines like Fangoria that these tapes came out and then they sold, and a VHS tape is like $90. You needed to be rich if you owned and had movies like that. And it like posters going to back to your, you know, question with Fangoria, that's what I had to get posters out of when I was a kid. I would go to fucking a drugstore magazine aisle and open it up to the centerfold, and it would have like a Freddy or Jason fucking poster in it, and I would fucking rip that shit out of the staples, and I would fucking I wouldn't even buy the magazine. I
Yeah.
would just there was no way, there was no store or an online thing to be like, oh, I want to get this movie poster. The couple of movie posters that are cool that I had when I was a kid was from Video One, a place I rent, a mom and pop that I rented videos from. That one day I was just like, hey, you know, are you, can I have that? Are you just throwing that away? And they're like, yeah, just take it. So, you know, I used to get shit like that, but that was, if you were into crazy movie shit and you know you wanted your room to be all fucking dope, you know, with the monsters and shit, you had to like buy Fangorias and Toxic Horror and Gore Zone and all these magazines to get these, I don't know, like posters back in the day.
Yeah, that shit's hard to get a hold of. Like I remember, like when I got older, it sucks because I didn't realize you could get shit for free from stores. Like if a lot of the time by
If you
asking.
stole it.
Well,
Oh.
I mean, yeah, I mean like going to like the movie theaters and places like that. Like, hey, are you guys tossing that out, or you got any cardboard cutouts, that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Like, and I like look back and I'm like, fuck, because I'm a big video game collector. I like love video games and shit like that.
Hell
There's
yeah.
so many badass posters that when I got older, I ended up being that guy that would go there every 2 weeks. Like, all right, let me get all the shit that you got, and then I just had all sorts of dope shit. You know,
uh Pose those, that Jack, you know, that game Jekyll and Hyde for
uh,
Nintendo.
yeah.
Got a crazy monster on the fucking, that poster is, I've always wanted that fucking poster. That poster is sick. But that's cool. You got some of those. Like, I remember, what fucking game was that? It was a Joker game. I want to say it was for Nintendo, but it just had the bat signal in the Joker's eyes, and he was looking all fucking demented and smiling. I think about that. I think about those posters, you know, when they came out, the promo posters that came with that shit. And that's pretty cool. I've never thought about like even like, you know, collecting that type of shit. That's dope that you own some of that shit.
Yeah, I grabbed like the big cardboard cutouts, like the ones that they hang in the stores. I got like Mortal Kombat. Like every time a new Mortal Kombat comes out, they always have a bunch of shit for it, and like that's my thing. So I got like all sorts of
Hell
Mortal
yeah.
Kombat bullshit all up in my garage.
ABAC.
Yep, that's I actually have that on my. I have another screen that I use when I stream games sometimes, and I have that like sitting at the bottom.
Man, I remember that shit when I remember like I remember the fucking day I got that fucking game. Like for Sega, like straight the fuck up. I remember the first day I remember God, I remember the day before I fucking scraped my knee. I fucking fell on my bike. Fucking A. It's crazy that you can like think back to like I was so pumped for Mortal Kombat. So I don't know if you remember it when it was, the first one was just coming out or whatever, but wow. Yeah. That,
Yeah,
that
that shit
shit
was
hyped us up.
one of my earliest memories, man, was, running around screaming Mortal Kombat fucking everywhere, dude. Like it was
That's
like a
fucking
thing.
that's fucking awesome. I remember there was this comic book store by me that had a Mortal Kombat arcade machine, and there was this fucking tall ass kid that would come there and just destroy. He would like get to Shang Tsung like like right away, and he was awesome. And I remember one day going in there and kicking his ass with the crisscross. He couldn't do shit. I was just like jumping back and forth, getting him every time he would get up, just timing that shit. I had that shit down perfectly and just whooping this fucking only time in my life I had like a little crowd around me, like an 80s movie, like, yeah, fucking kick it. You know what I mean? Just like straight up cheering me on from just going
Yeah,
back and
just jump
forth
kicking the motherfucker.
or like doing the sweep kick, fucking just the cheap shit. He'd be trying to fucking get me with ice and shit.
Yeah, that's fucking great, dude. Yeah, I
Yeah.
like I it's funny you mentioned something like that cuz like I was just thinking about it the other day. I was playing a Marvel vs. Capcom game and I was like, "Man, like I remember when this shit came out. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 came out, and I remember playing it at a pizza joint by my house cuz they used to have that shit. Nowadays they don't. They got fucking like the ticket machine games and shit if they have anything at these places now,
Yeah, I
or
don't even know now.
yeah, it's fucking it sucks, man. They don't have like the machines anymore. But I remember like going in, seeing this at my pizza place. I used to like beg my dad for a fucking dollar or whatever it costs to like play 2 games. And then I'd run over there and I remember I was playing this game and I had a group of people around me. I was probably like 8 or 9 years old, I was really little. And I'm playing this game and these motherfuckers are all around me, all these kids, and I thought one of them was gonna get on and kick my ass, and I wasn't dying. I just kept going. I kept going, and they were watching me. They're like, "Oh shit, this kid's really good. This kid's really good." And I'm like getting all the way, and then I lost, and they're like, "Whoa, that kid was really good." And then I was like, "Yeah, I'm hella good at this game." And I'm playing it now, and I'm like, "Man, I still kind of suck at this game." And I was like, "What if they were just being nice to like make my day because I was some little kid on a thing?" And I thought about
Yeah,
it. I was like, maybe that's what happened.
no. Just keep thinking you were kicking ass that day. they, they weren't fucking thinking that. You know what? I don't even know if society in America is like that. I mean, any chance to get to laugh at a fucking kid, I take.
I know people are shady, man, especially on the
Yeah,
fucking internet. But
yeah,
I must say, I really must say, the community, at least the death metal community, I've been seeing a lot of changes in the last couple years, especially with a lot of newcomers, a lot of new people that are like just getting into it. There's a lot of gatekeeping that I think is like going away. Or it's not as prevalent as like the cool people in the community that are just like accepting people with open arms, like, yo, check this shit out, here's some dope shit. We're not getting so much of that, oh, you like them, name 3 songs by them, like that kind
yeah.
of shit.
I mean, yeah, I think I've always stayed away so far from the gatekeepy, whatever the fuck that shit is, that I'm just like kind of ignorant
That's
and
good.
don't even know what it is really. And like, I think I'm just so far removed with anything like that at this point that, yeah, like, I don't even know what the fuck shit is. But I mean, we just see society changing. as a whole within the last fucking 3 or 4 years. I feel like you've seen dramatic like changes and just like shit and not to say to get fucking canceled now basically. It's we see dramatic changes happening
Oh yeah.
in shit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a total trip. Like my biggest thing is like I always I pray I state my intentions with a lot of people and shit like up front, because it's like look, like, you know, it it's really easy to get taken out of context saying some shit, like straight up. I always like, I'm always just like, yo, like this is what it is. I'm not a piece of shit. Like mutual, like, I put that out there and then people are usually like cool, but
Yeah.
I totally feel you on that. Like we talk differently than we have talked in the public sphere too. A lot of people talk differently in the public sphere than they have, prior to the last couple years with everybody being online so much. A lot of shit's changing. There's a lot of tension in America, a lot of political tension. I watched some shit the other day. I don't know if it was, I think it was Andy Dick or no, it was Ari fucking Shafir, I think. And he was on Joe Rogan. I don't fuck with Joe Rogan really because Joe Rogan is, I just, as a person, I think he's like got a real big ego and I don't like people like that and that like are,
Yeah.
like the smell of their own shit. But
Yeah.
Ari Shafir was saying like, 10 years ago there was no fucking I don't talk to my family anymore because they voted for so and so.
Yeah.
There was none of that back then. Like it was, but we're so glued to our shit and we have, you know what I think it, I'm just throwing shit out there, but I think the reason all of this shit is happening and people are getting so fucked up and so irritated is these fucking algorithms that they have now that target
Mm-hmm.
certain things. And it's like if you look at something, you can't fucking avoid it. Like I remember the first time I experienced it like 3 years ago. I was sitting at my buddy's house, we're recording some music, and I was eating a whole bunch of pizza. We ate like two
Hell
pizzas.
yeah.
That's all we ate
Yeah.
for like 3 days was pizza. And I
Yeah.
told him, man, I can't be eating this pizza anymore and drinking this beer. I haven't taken a shit in 3 days. I go on my Instagram and I scroll down and I got a fucking ad for some fucking for some shit to help me go. And I was like, they're fucking listening. Like how the fuck did they find that out? It's the algorithm. And then it's like, okay, someone gets pissed so they click on something that they see and it upsets them. And then you can't help but watch. Like Howard Stern used to say, like the people that listen to me the most are the people that hate me because they want to
Yeah.
hear the crazy shit I'm saying. So these people
Yeah.
watch this shit and then they get another link and then they click on it and they watch it again. And then fucking at this point, YouTube's algorithm is like, oh, you like this kind of shit and we want to keep you on our site.
Boom.
Bam, that's all you're getting all week is every little
Yep.
thing Trump's doing under a microscope or everything that the left is doing under a microscope. And then everybody's just sitting there getting fucking inflamed with all this shit. They're engaging because they want to do the angry comments. So that makes the algorithm even stronger. And then they're trapped in the fucking.
I think you're right. They're
Dude.
trapped in the negative matrix of like it's the web. Like I think you're right, 100%. I mean, people also don't get how the internet works, and yet you have a bunch of people on it. Facebook, great example. I've been seeing shit like, for example, it'll be like, I don't know, some fucking college writer website, comedy website. I don't even fucking know. Just some big website that people, repost a lot of the articles, like the Hard Times or whatever, just like a website like that. But it'll just be some jackass that'll just be like, well, here's what I really fucking think of The Simpsons. It fucking sucks, and this is why. And people don't realize that, that headline is clickbait and they want to repost it because they want to be negative and they want to post fuck this asshole and then repost the article, not realizing the only reason that person wrote that article is so people would repost it hating it and then scroll past the ads so their company would make some fucking money. I mean, it all goes back to like whenever you scroll past an ad on a website, I mean, there are algorithms counting that and paying people. That's just fucking fact. That's how the entire internet works. So it's like, don't get fooled into that negative web of like, this is what everybody wants you to fucking do. Everyone wants you to be this, hateful motherfucker. And like, are people that stupid that someone can write an article ripping on something with, uh, but every 2 sentences there's an ad? So like you get 2 sentences of the article and then ad, 2 sentences, ad. Whenever you see something like that, I mean, I hate seeing people repost that shit because it's just obvious of like, yo, this dude's just being a troll and you are just whoosh, fucking falling for it. And here this company, this fat rich fucking dude is getting paid eating lobster every night because of you being bored. And it's sad. And I don't know. I hate seeing that shit. I think you're definitely right when it comes to that shit. Everyone's so, if you like, even right here by me, if you are that consumed with an object that you are like always on, every time you fucking let out a couple poops, every time you fucking anything, you got your fucking phone. I think it's just in humans to like kind of be negative. And I don't know, the key to life is to not fucking fall for that shit and just have fun. You're right. If you give people all this negativity, they will take it and they will run with it. That's the way it's always been. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm on social media and shit, but I fucking hate it, and it's usually just like gives me anxiety. Like I
yeah,
don't know, it's a big problem in the world. Just as far as like exploitation goes too, I think, and like just being able to exploit anything that you find nowadays. You know what I mean? That everybody's an entrepreneur, everybody's got something going, everyone's doing, you know what I mean? It the internet just made all these different things happen. And a lot of it's good, but a lot of it is fucking awful.
yeah. Did you hear about
Like,
the fake Indonesian labels that were popping up over the last like 2 years?
no, the only thing I really know about that shit is like all those artists that just like jack, other covers and like rework, a bunch of slam albums and shit, just like reworked like artwork that they're photoshopping. I don't really know much about that side of things.
Oh,
What was
okay.
it? Just like scammy, this album comes out and you don't get it shipped.
So yeah, exactly. They would do a lot of like they would reach out correctly to all these different bands and say, "Hey, we love your stuff." Like good bands, and they'd say, "We love your stuff. We want to do a distro deal with you. Can you we're going to like work up some shirts." So they would mock up some shirts and, mock up vinyls and like all that shit and then say, "Okay, well, vinyl's going to take time." It all sounded completely legit. And then
Yeah.
they make the website, they take all the payments for everything, and then they disappear, and like their whole site's gone and shit. And it happened to like a fucking couple people. I guess there was like one really, there was one that got a bunch of bands off of like one of the bigger labels. I don't know if it was Maggot Stomp. I think it was like one of those bigger like underground labels.
Yeah, I mean, I see that shit with Facebook too. I've seen it with my friends' art, I've seen it with my art, and I've seen it with movie art. And it's like, yeah, it's like a company or whatever from China or Indonesia, I don't know, that pops up. Obviously, they have some money, a little bit of money to boost their who they're trying to target on, the advertisements on Facebook, and it'll be like a Fright Rag shirt. It'll be like, this officially licensed movie shirt that Fright Rags paid an artist a lot of money to, do, and their shit's officially licensed. But here, this company is just reprinting it, and then yeah, you whenever I see that shit, I try and report it or tag whatever company I see them bootlegging so they can report it. You know, I always try to do that shit, but like you just said, the site will just disappear. There's nothing you can do. Nothing.
Yeah, man.
So that's also the world that, you know, we can sell whatever the fuck we want online, you know, but whatever you're selling and that you put on is fair game for whatever, you know, bootlegger thinks it'll fucking sell.
Yeah, that's something I worry about like all the fucking time, cuz like I don't own everything, you know what I mean? That like I'm putting out. So it's like
Yeah.
fuck, man, all it's going to take is someone to get a JPEG or some shit or buy a domain or some shit and then it's like it's a wrap. Like I got mayvizzle.com and I was like torn like fuck, should I have bought Deathmatches and deathmetal.com like or should,
Uh,
I'm like fuck, man, but
you could probably buy both. I mean, I don't
yeah.
know. I don't know how expensive websites are though. So
Well, they're usually like 20, but if some asshole buys it and just keeps renewing it every year, then he kind of like would hold it hostage until I pay him whatever he wants.
all right, I just bought
Oh, fuck.
it.
I just figure it's out if, I'm not going to give in if like someone else does get on that shit. It's out. People
Yeah,
know people know who the real death matches and death metal is
yeah,
by this point. you
for
know.
sure. Yeah, I mean, for years, I think ever since we started Acid Witch, there's been like, I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's like housey type of electronic music or something, but it always like gets mixed up. And when like Spotify was coming out and like starting to get popular and shit, it would be on our like, you know, official thing, and it's always like just like kind of fucked with us until, you know, the companies started figuring shit out and go, oh, okay, this ain't the same band started. But yeah, I don't know, like I've always thought about that shit too. Like fuck, I hope no one buys whatever, but I feel like a website is, you should have it, but it's not the most important thing because people are still on social media more.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
I get no traffic on my shit. I update it with all the shows and everything. Like as of right now, I don't really know what to do with it. I think eventually, if I have like a couple writers that want to talk about death matches and death metal, then like
Yeah.
they can go ahead and post their shit. So anybody watching, if you want to be a freelance journalist, you got some good shit, send it my way. I think it would be cool to have like a forum maybe or some shit on there, but you know, with that, there's a lot that comes with a forum though. You gotta moderate people and watch them. So maybe more like just putting out content and shit. But yeah, dude, I get like 3 clicks on that fucking thing a week. So I totally on Instagram or even Twitter. Like those are my two avenues mainly. It's so
I still
easy.
don't know how to work Twitter.
Oh, it's a pain in the ass. I don't
I can't
tweet.
figure it out. I don't know how to work it.
You got to be careful. You say the wrong thing on Twitter and you're done. Like that's why I don't tweet.
I'm not even worried about like shit like that because trust me, I can control myself. I've had so much shit typed out just to like
Delete.
delete like so many times that it's not even that. I really genuinely don't even um get, because I never got into it when it like came out, and I feel like I didn't do that with Instagram either, but now I just know it like good because it's so easy. But I don't know, maybe I'm stupid. Twitter just seems like this like, I don't know. I go to, you go to click on it to see comments and then it wants to repost something, and I don't even know the icons. I don't know anything. I'm like a 90-year-old fucking person when like if you handed them like a BlackBerry in like 2000 fucking 4, like just like, you know, I just don't get it.
You ever heard you ever listen to Andre Nicotina?
No.
Oh man, I got to send you some Andre Nicotina. He's a rapper. You know who Mac Dre is?
I've heard it. I know, but I'm not super familiar.
Okay, so they're two very big Bay Area artists out of like San Francisco and
Modern.
um yeah, they Mac Dre passed away. Andre Nicotina is like seminal. Like he tours throughout the US still to this day for like $40 shows. You know, you catch
Yeah,
him at
yeah,
like
yeah,
your little local place or whatever. But
for sure.
yeah, he they were like the pioneers like in the 90s, like when all that Tupac was in LA, Biggie was in New York, and then in fucking SF it was like Nicotina. He was
Okay,
one of the guys, and JT the Big Fig, I can't go without mentioning him. But
okay.
yeah, he says Nicotina says in the song and from the 2000 he goes, "My BlackBerry cell phone confuses me."
Does he does he have that cadence?
Oh dude, I gotta send you some of his shit.
Wait, the way you just said that sounds like it was like a late 80s rap of like,
He
like my name is Dave and I'm in the house.
so it's a trip because he has that kind of flow, but it's really
Okay.
like he's always saying super like abstract references and shit and putting it all together. Like JT the Big Figure did like an interview where they asked him about Nicotina and they were like, "Oh yeah, he was that one kid. His mom never let him out the house. He just sat in his room doing coke all day and writing shit." So like he says all sorts of like really strange shit. But yeah, that's kind of how he
I'll have
flows.
to check that out.
Yeah, he's great, man. He just says the weirdest shit. I stay awake like a now. I stay awake like a now. When
I'll
you're
have
up
to
all
check this
night,
shit out.
you see things you shouldn't have saw because the night is raw.
Damn.
Yeah,
That
fucking
sounds
funny.
fun.
Yeah, it's really good music. It was like when I first started like smoking weed when I was in high school. That was like the shit that everybody would play. Oh, you got that Nicotina? You heard that new Nicotina? And everybody would just always put it on or like wherever like the bad kids were, that shit was like playing. So,
Yeah. That
yeah.
was fucking like probably Esham and ICP where I'm from in Detroit. Same
Yeah.
fucking thing when it was all coming out back in the 90s.
Have you ever seen any death matches?
Yeah.
You really?
I've got a crazy I've got a crazy deathmatch story if you want to hear it.
What? Yo, out of left field. This is very rare when I'm talking to someone in the death metal world and then the topic actually hits on the death matches. Yeah, let us know.
Okay. I didn't know that it wasn't this wasn't supposed to be, deathmatch. It was a JCW event.
Okay.
So the clowns were like hosting it and shit. Um, as I think any wrestling fan out there, huge into wrestling, you gotta appreciate JCW and the clowns and kind of what they've done in the wrestling world. Super fucking cool, but it was just a JCW event. And I just went because, they're fucking hosting. I'm super into wrestling too. Um, I've been since I've been a fucking kid, but I'm just going to watch some clean wrestling. I forget the fucking, I'm not caught up on anything right now as far as like the bigger. Um, but I was into top tier independent shit for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ring of Honor
And
and
there
shit like
was,
that.
I forget his fucking name now, but it was maybe you can, help me, but it was a heel that was also a comedian. He toured doing stand up too.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, well, I'm there and I bring my friend fucking my crazy fucking friend Jeff Zorno. He illustrates Godzilla comics now. He's a crazy motherfucker. Bit older than I am, but just a fucking acid trippy type of dude. Just fucking nuts. Loves wrestling. So we're at this fucking event and where I'm there, I went there to see this guy. I can't remember his name, but I went there to see him because in every video that I was watching on YouTube, he really did the research on the city. So whenever he'd get to that city, he'd rip that city a new fucking asshole. And he would go deep, like very deep. So, we're all excited. We're fucking standing there. His fucking theme hits. I'm fucking pumped. And boy, did we get it. Like, he came out. First, he was like, he didn't even have a match, I don't think. It was, and I'm getting to the death match thing. I went there to see him. He comes out and he goes, "Give me a fucking wrestler. I'm a fighter. I'm a fucking badass. Give me a non-gimmick fighter. I want to fucking fight somebody." So you just hear Power Rangers theme kick on. Fucking Red Ranger comes, running out to the fucking ring to fight him. Boom, fucking kills the dude. Give me a fucking fighter, guys. You hear this like robot theme kick on, and it's like this dude in like foil that just like comes out to the fucking ring, and boom. He goes, "Fuck you, ICP. Fuck you, Detroit." And he just starts going in. And I think this is why they got him. And this was the match that he ended up not fighting anybody and just getting like kicked by some local Detroit guy, that comes out. But he went deep on the crowd. He was leaning on the fucking top rope, looking at people in the crowd. And we're right there. I'm like right in front of him, watching him talk to these people in the fucking front row. And he looks at these people in the front row, and they're like kind of bigger, like juggalos, like ICP fans, you know what I mean? Just like older. They got their fucking kid there and shit. And it is what it is. In Detroit, we just accept it. So he's looking at this couple, and he goes, "You are one fat fucking bitch." and and he
Oh.
looks at the husband or the boyfriend or whatever. He's like, "You have a lot of fucking balls, or you guys just don't fuck." And you had that little thing. Is that thing yours? You brought a fucking kid here? What kind of parents are you? And he just like,
Oh.
how a comedian like targets a heckler?
Yeah.
I don't know why he focused his hate on this family, but he did. And it got to the point to where the guy was like, trying to get in, and security was like holding him back because he wanted to legitimately go up and beat this guy's ass for what he was saying. But he was just trying. He goes, "This is the most white trash crowd I've ever fucking seen. You guys listen to fucking clown music. What the fuck is wrong with you people? I've never seen so much poor in one fucking building." And just like, ripping us to shreds. And ended up being great. Those people actually ended up leaving and taking their kids out because like he started calling the kid ugly.
Yeah.
He was like just going full savage mode, but that was his character. And they ended up leaving, and then boom, I think it's the last. No, it wasn't the last match there. I want to say there was a main event after this. Death match pops up. Okay, so we're fucking sitting there watching. I forget the names of them. I'm a huge stoner. I never remember anything, and I never remember anything since I've been a kid. So whatever. Let me take another hit of this. So we're sitting there fucking watching two huge bald dudes rip each other to shreds with lights and the typical, chairs, lights, cutting, typical fucking shit. And all of a sudden, one of the dudes is really bleeding. You could kind of tell, like, just from his face and eyes and not being able to see skin. This guy was in one of those moments like, do I keep going or do I end this match? Well, they, of course, decided to keep the match going. So this guy's in absolute fucking agony, you could tell. And one of the guys gets thrown out of the fucking ring.
Oh.
He lands on the ground, blood everywhere where he lands. And this wasn't staged. I'm sure that this whole match was probably like, 90, 95% improv, I'd say. and they didn't know what they were gonna do, and they ended up taking it into this hallway. So it's like in this little fucking strip mall flea market thing with all these little weird stores that sell shit. It's in a little warehouse part in the back of it in Taylor, Michigan. And there's this little hallway that you go out to get to the parking lot to like smoke cigarettes in between matches and shit. Okay. The bathrooms are. They didn't know it because it just looked like a door, but the bathroom was on one of those doors that have the metal plate that you just like push open.
Yeah.
There's no like handle, you know, you just like lean into it and it opens. So they're wrestling here and they poof, break through the fucking bathroom door. Dripping, you know, absolutely, this is wild. Just dripping blood to someone that doesn't know this shit. It would look like I don't even know, like hell, like I should be calling the cops or something. Not knowing it's entertainment. Well, the person taking a shit in the bathroom was a woman that didn't know what it was.
Oh, that poor lady.
She knew that wrestling was happening, but she was a seller in the antique part of the store and was just going to the bathroom and didn't know that this was like a death matchy, you know, bloody fucking match. And we're watching. I'm in the fucking hallway. Me and my group of friends are in the hallway watching this, and we see feet, you know, underneath the fucking stall. And they're in there fucking wrestling, and you know, it was in a woman's bathroom. And I knew that right away because there were no, you know, there's no urinals in them. And I'm like, oh shit. And I see these feet underneath the stalls and they're throwing each other on the sink and fucking doing all this shit. Well, all of a sudden, one of them slipped and accidentally threw each other into the stall. And the whole fucking thing collapses on this poor fucking woman. And she emerges with pants down and blood, just someone else's blood covering her. And she's screaming bloody murder. And then she looks out the door and, you know, we're all just fucking watching it, just like, oh my God, like what is happening? And within like 5 minutes, we were kicked out. I don't think they're allowed to set up there. I don't, you know, like, but it was, we just got kicked out immediately. Like even ICP and shit, like the promoter, everybody was just like, get the fuck out now. It was intense.
Oh my God.
But awesome.
That's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, it was pretty damn good to see.
I don't know what I would do if I was sitting in a fucking stall and two bloody big bald dudes just busted in. I'd run for my life. I would scream. My boy fucked with me one time. We were on it was like a 9-hour drive back from like Vegas, and I was burnt out. I was ready to go the fuck home. We stopped at a Wendy's like 2 miles from my house, and this fucker grabbed my leg while I was taking a shit in the toilet or whatever at Wendy's. Yeah. That scared the shit out of me. I don't know how I'd react.
Literally.
If that kind of, yeah, it did. I'm like, what the fuck? And then he just starts laughing. But yeah, fucking, I don't know what I'd do if that happened. I'd probably have a fucking heart attack, dude.
Yeah, pretty fucking crazy. But I actually haven't seen a lot of live, I've seen a lot of live wrestling, but not a lot of live deathmatch shit. There's a video on YouTube. I don't know what promotion it is. Kind of an older, huskier looking Asian dude, I want to say, wrestling, but it was a fucking scissors match. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but basically what they did is, you know, they got the scissors open and they zip time together in a strip. So it's like a strip of open scissors, and man, the bump that this guy took on him, he gets up and you just see his spot, you see he lands on it on his back, and those things had to have fucking, I don't know how motherfuckers do that shit with, I get the tubes,
yeah,
Oh, we used to do that shit when we were kids. I get the blading and the cutting. We used to do that shit when we were kids, cutting ourselves right at the hairline with a little razor.
Yeah.
Like we used to do that shit all the time. I I completely get that shit as far as entertainment goes. I don't know how the fuck you take being cut open by scissors or glass
Yeah.
or bombs for that matter.
Yeah.
I've seen
Exploding shit.
fucking, exploding C4 bombs on barbed wire boards and shit. But like, I don't know why, even more than that, landing on a board with C4 explosive with barbed wire on top of it. For some reason, grabbing a broken piece of glass and cutting someone with it seems more cringy to me. I don't want to hold, I don't even want to think about these fucking palms getting cut open by holding a piece of glass. Throw me on that fucking C4 explosive with that fucking barbed wire on it before making me pick up a piece of broken glass. I don't want to do that shit. I'll get it hit with glass or whatever, but I'm not picking it up.
Have you seen the
Like,
gussets?
what?
Have you seen gusset plates?
Uh-uh.
Oh, fuck. So, this is the thing. I just saw them for the first time this last year. They've been a thing that they've been using for quite some time, but they are probably the one like where I'm like, oh fuck. Like when I see them in a match, I just go, God damn it! Like they really had to do that. Like it's a piece of metal that they use that like I don't know what the fuck it's used for. It was explained to me, but I forgot. But it's a piece of metal, and imagine like a 3D cheese grater just coming out of it, like fucking. And when you put it on any surface of the human skin, and it sticks to you.
Yeah,
And
because it's so like porous and fucking like sharp
you pull it off, and it just starts, it draws the blood like out of
right
people.
away.
And there was a match where these
So it's just
dudes,
like little holes in them.
tiny holes that just start leaking like insane, dude. It's like sharp as a fucking razor. And like
Okay.
there have been matches where like I've seen people like put one on their forehead and pull it, and they're just, it looks like they took a shower of blood. Or like
Damn.
there was one where they put them on 2x4s and fucking hit each other with them in the arms, and it just, oh god, I think it was the bloodiest match. They had to end it like immediately and shit. So like,
Damn, that's sick.
yeah, that's like the one thing that gets me where I'm like, I would never take a fucking gusset ever. I was fucking around with Joel Bateman. He's from Deathmatch Down Under. He owns a promotion, or he's part owner of a promotion down in Australia where they're like the only like deathmatch promotion out there. And
Cool.
I was fucking with him when I was interviewing with, because he didn't know what the show was. Right before the interview started, I was like, all right, man, let me get my gusset ready real quick. And he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, I got to take it in the forehead before we start. And he was
shit.
like, how are you going to do that? I'm like, no, I'm just kidding. I can't do that shit. Like, I'd be fucking just bleeding out on the fucking thing, man. But yeah, those guys put themselves through some crazy shit. That's why I'm so fascinated by it. Like,
you watch like some of that older Stranglemania shit. Did you ever get that Stranglemania VHS?
I gotta peep that. It's gotta be somewhere on the fucking internet.
I mean, I think it's expensive now, but that was basically, you wouldn't have. This is going to be a bold statement to hear for a lot of deathmatch fans, but it's the truth. There wouldn't be deathmatch wrestling that if it wasn't for them, if it wasn't for ICP.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be.
My
There wouldn't
first
be.
time being exposed to that kind of shit was when I was like 11 or 12, I think. It was funny. So I used to do Taekwondo. I'm a Taekwondo black belt. I did
Cool.
my first tournament. I think I was like a brown belt or some shit when I went, and I got KO'd in my first fucking match. Like I remember, and it was funny because my dad said, if you kick some ass, I'm gonna take you to the store and buy you any video game that you want. And I was like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna go in there and kick ass. And I went in there and got fucking spin kicked right in the gut, like just so hard, and I was on the ground. They counted me out. I was just like, ugh, I couldn't catch my breath. Guy got me so hard, and yeah, my dad put me in a higher weight class too. That was a fucked up thing because they didn't weigh you. They didn't do
Wow.
weigh-ins. He just wrote like 20 pounds up because he wanted me to fight some big guys. And
Wow.
yeah, I got fucked up. And then he took me to Best Buy because Best Buy was just, I think it was like a new thing back then. Like Best Buy had just started. And I remember I went in there and like he got me Backyard Wrestling Don't Try This at Home on the
Mm.
Xbox. And that game was made like by ICP. They did like the creative direction, and it's like
Yeah.
all backyard wrestling. And like when you beat the game, you get videos of it. It came with a DVD of Juggalo Championship Wrestling. Like I remember watching that shit and seeing like M Dog 20 and like Madman Pondo, and those
Oh
guys are
yeah.
like, big names. Like now, like they're
Oh
legends
yeah.
and shit. They really were. Because back then, I guess yarder was like a derogatory term in the wrestling world. It's like, oh, you're unprofessional, you're a yarder. There are a
Yep.
lot of guys that started backyard wrestling, and then now it's a fucking big thing. Like,
Well, I mean, basically, like the yarder thing and the backyard thing. Oddly, I'm like, okay, so I don't know. I don't know what year Stranglemania came out. Okay, the story with Stranglemania that I've heard, which is a VHS that I see people out. The story that I've heard is in the back of a wrestling magazine. There was an ad for Crazy Asian Wrestling, and Violent J bought it. He receives it and sees that it's all Asian, like deathmatch shit. And this is shit with OGs like fucking Mick Foley as Cactus Jack. Fuck.
Terry Funk was in there too.
Yeah, yeah, that's who
Yeah.
I was thinking of. Always losing a shoe. He always lost a shoe in a match. But yeah, and just all these like OGs and that stuff. And this is before um backyard shit, because if you were a wrestler, you could go over to China and Asia and make money. So if you wanted to fucking make some money, you'd go over there and do death matches. Like that's what wrestlers did, you know, mid early mid late 80s.
Yeah.
That's what a lot of fucking wrestlers did, is they went over there and had death matches. And you watch some of them now, and those are arenas full of people.
That
And
shit was
basically, so like,
huge.
yeah, and so Violent J gets those VHS tapes in the mail, and he finds an editor and bootlegs a bunch of the matches, and they say, we're gonna repackage this as Stranglemania. We'll use the matches, but we're gonna narrate it. So they were the announcers, and it's hilarious. I'm talking, it is fucking. They come up with like Leatherface was wrestling, but his name with them is like Leather Balls, and they just like rename everybody and fake narrate everything, and it goes to cut scenes of them on the mic talking in between matches, and it's like the dopest shit ever. You got to find it and watch it. But that right there, that tape was the introduction to American kids and hardcore deathmatch wrestling. If I literally don't think if it wasn't for that tape, it would have taken a lot, like 10 more years or so for that shit to like, catch up and like get here. Him putting that tape out, I mean, that's that was my introduction to it. I
Yeah.
used to know them, so I was at the warehouse. They'd give me free shit, and I used to wrestle in their ring. And one time, I was leaving the warehouse, and I was just a kid. I didn't even really know like their music. I just knew like them, like Joey and Joe, their names, and they gave me it. And I remember getting home and watching it and just being like, "What the fuck?" And just feeling dirty like after watching it, because I'm used to like WWF back then and shit, and just like, this is before ECW and shit. So just for a little mind being unprepared for that type of like bombs, they had like, have you ever seen a match with razor wire as the ropes?
Yeah.
What the like, just like really nutty shit like that. Panes of glass underneath the ring, I guess, like, the typical shit. I feel like they go a little crazier with the glass than
Oh
any
yeah.
promotions maybe do in America that I've seen, because over there they have like tubs that are like this thick, and it's just layered with like panes of glass.
Oh yeah. People do some crazy shit now with they make like fucking cubes out of light tubes and shit now and then
Yeah,
slam each other through them
like
or like
huge fucking things of them, you're saying? Yeah, like,
yeah.
I guess, yeah, I've seen that stuff. I'm not caught up on everything that, in the deathmatch world, but it's always been something, that ever since I watched that fucking tape, it's that fucking tape. And then, like you said, it was a combination of the tape and that game, I think. And that was like, and then ECW popping off, and
Yeah.
you
Oh yeah.
know,
As a kid,
ECW was like the fucked up shit late at night, 2 in the morning.
my dad used to stay up fucking to watch that shit and he'd be like, check this out. He would wake me up like, before my dad would be watching like Sopranos because it used to be on and I slept
Hell
in the
yeah,
same room. I had a little bed.
yeah,
So I was exposed to all sorts of crazy shit. And he'd always be
yeah.
like, go to sleep, Dave, go to sleep. Like while he's watching shit. He'd be watching like Howard Stern on E or the pay per
Oh yeah,
views, and
oh
I'd,
yeah,
I'd be just trying to stay up to see a titty or something.
yep.
And then he'd fucking be like, go to sleep. But when ECW came on, he was like, get up, Dave, you got to see this shit. Because we used to watch WWF together and he was just so shocked at the crazy shit that they were doing over there,
That's awesome. Like, that's crazy. Your dad was into that shit. That's fucking sick. Sick dad.
Yeah, man. He used to take me to like I saw a triple threat match, Stone Cold versus Undertaker versus Kane for the number one contender in like South San Francisco. That was like
Oh, cool.
the coolest shit that I saw as a kid. And I remember I couldn't see them because we were like in the fucking nosebleeds. And I just remember seeing like I remember Stone Cold's music came on, he came out, and I can like see like a little ant with like beer. And I was like, yeah, fucking Stone Cold, man. But
Fuck yeah, he
you
was
know,
my fucking dude too. I remember like my dad actually taking me to I didn't know what it was back then, and my dad didn't either. He just knew that I was super into wrestling, so we didn't know what a house show was.
oh, okay.
So he got tickets for a house show, and The Rock and Steve Austin were tag teaming. And in the story, they were feuding, and I remember like just being like what the fuck is this shit? like 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 what the fuck is happening right now? You know what I mean? These guys hate each other, and I think the match ended in them beating each other's ass. But still, um, I didn't know about wrestling. I wasn't thinking these guys are on tour, and not every show they perform is getting televised live, and they can't go with the story at every show because then it wouldn't be televised and everyone watching on TV wouldn't be able to see, you know. I didn't put two and two together back then, so I quickly learned not to buy house show tickets anymore until I started to get really nerdy into wrestling, and then house shows are super fucking dope now.
Yeah, because you
They're
never know
they're the
what they're
real
gonna do.
wrestling shows. They're not the fucking they can go off the cuff and do some like, some crazy shit.
Yeah, man. I remember like, fuck. You remember Gold Dust, man? Like that
Fuck
character was so hilarious to me as a
yeah.
kid.
Oh,
You know?
I remember the night I was watching fucking first time Goldust premiered. Fuck yeah, I love Goldust. He weirded me out so much.
Yeah,
How he would fuck with Vince McMahon, his character, like how Vince would look at him in the ring was like the funniest shit.
yeah,
Like, you watch Vince in those days, like Attitude Era shit, and he's a cartoon. Like, he gets embarrassed and he's just like
Yeah.
he's so animated in everything he does. I'm sorry I cut you off though. What about fucking Goldust though?
Oh no, no, like I was just, bringing up Gold Dust, but you're
Dude,
right about Vince. It's funny cuz they just did a really good shoot interview. I forgot who did it. It's on YouTube with Dustin Rhodes. And
cool.
he basically says like, "Yo, like I fucking he said if you look at Gold Dust, if you look at that character or whatever, um or no, back then Vince was one of the guys. That's what he said. Like, Vince used to take our finishers at the strip club and he'd hang out with everybody and like everybody
Yeah.
got along and shit. And it's like
Yeah.
now he's super distanced from the company and he's kind of just like he doesn't even run shit really. I think like Triple H is at the helm of like calling all the shots with the story and you could see the
You think
product
it's at
really.
that point?
Yeah, it's like not
Don't you think it would get better if Triple H took over?
no. I think that
Why?
it's
Really?
just
You want to think they want to keep it that fucking shitty and family oriented and generic?
it's all
I
about
mean, I hate
money.
to fucking sound like that, but I haven't been interested in WWE shit in a long time. And it's not because I hate it or I have any, anything. It's because to me, it's just really boring.
Yeah, dude. Well, the sad thing too, it's like now if you watch sometimes they'll have a little bit of they'll have a really good character or like a really good someone with a good gimmick or like a great performer, like someone you watch and you're like, "Oh shit." Like there's this dude named Otis for example. He's a big guy, huge guy.
I know. Yeah.
But he does the worm and he does all that cool shit, and it's
Yeah.
like they
That
go and
was that was
I,
Dolph Ziggler for me. I every match that Ziggler's in, I can watch. I love fucking Dolph. He's like my dude.
but then they misuse the talent. They build them up and and then they bury them or do some stupid
That's
shit or
He's the reason I genuinely stopped watching WWE because he would come out and get crushed and never win anything. And I'm just like, here you have the best fucking, in my opinion, the best modern era, like Shawn Michaels overseller on the fucking planet right here. And like, you're not taking advantage of him. Give this guy a half-hour main event match and he will absolutely fucking crush it. But because he doesn't sell t-shirts and hats, you know, it's so corporate now that it's to the point to where it's just like, if you're not given that talent, I mean, that's why AEW was fucking formed. It's You're not going to use your good talent for good matches. Like, what is wrong with you as a company? Like, are you selling that much kid shit? Are
oh
you
yeah.
selling that much John Cena like fucking bullshit that like you completely strip the whole reason for a match, like a title and a belt out of it? Like none of that stuff matters. Here you are having Royal Rumble main event like crazy pay-per-view matches and you're going to resolve it on Raw? Like what's happening in your fucking company? Like it just got so bad. Sorry, I'm fucking like kind of, you know, going off the cuff here, but man, it just
Yeah.
got so bad. It's like, as a wrestling fan, you're a longtime wrestling fan, I'm assuming,
Oh yeah.
since you've been a kid, right?
My whole life.
Okay. So we were obviously spoiled, when we were fucking kids, right? As far as wrestling goes, we actually had two companies, technically three with ECW, that were very deep in competition with each other. And, that what that brought was great, crazy TV and product. And now, even as cool as AEW is or whatever, it's still not competition, like really.
It still has that corporate feeling to it or like they said I think it was uh Dustin said a year ago that we're not the place where WWE's released wrestlers go. And in the last 6 months, with all the releases, they're all going right over to AEW.
I
So,
mean, yeah,
or I
what do
think
you
Chris Jericho said that. Chris Jericho said that.
well, what do you do if you're in that world and you want to make it as a wrestler? It's like you have two options right now. What are you gonna do? Go to fucking Ring of Honor? You know, like if you want to actually make a career out of this shit and you're like some serious dude or fucking girl that goes to the gym every day, works on their physique, and takes this shit like, you know, it's as crazy as all this shit sounds. I mean, this is a wrestler's world. We're talking about tanning and shaving parts, and you know what I mean? Like going to the gym every day, eating healthy and working out. Like, I'm not saying every wrestler does that, especially in the deathmatch world, but in the big scheme of things, that's what everybody's doing, obviously. And I don't know. We were so spoiled when we were fucking kids that everything is so watered down compared to what it was, that I think that if we were like grew up in a different generation, we might like wrestling maybe nowadays. But since we were raised on like ECW and Attitude Era shit, even late 80s WWF shit, everything's just so shitty. What we saw was the wildest characters, and multiple times in the Attitude Era of watching TV, so many kids watching around the world, and like some rapey vibes going on in the storyline, and just like weirdo, like fucked up incestual like shit that Vince thought was the right thing to pull to get ratings. You know, he's a businessman. When you get down to it, number one, Vince is a fucking businessman and he wants ratings. So, you know, the levels that that man would go to when we were kids to get, you know, some ratings was insane. And it's, we had those times when, you know, wrestling can be boring. And you wait a month or two of a storyline developing for that match to happen, and something dope happen, and you're like, this is the reason that I fucking watch it. You know, finally, like, this is the payoff. I've been waiting months of this stupid story and feud for this awesome, epic, you know, high production payoff at an event. And those are the reasons that we watch wrestling and that we like it so much. And what we get now are marriages, people getting married in the middle of the ring. It's like you get your friends over that don't like wrestling, and you're like, oh shit, we got to watch some fucking wrestling tonight. It's going to be sick. Wait till you fucking watch Raw tonight, man. Yeah, I know you're not into this shit, but this is going to blow your mind, man. And then you turn it on, and it's like a 45-minute wedding, and they're just like looking at you like, what's like,
Yeah.
why do you watch this? Like,
Yeah. It's definitely not accessible as it used to be, and like it were, you know, what sparked my interest. So I fell out of wrestling for a long time. I wasn't into it for a
I
super
did too.
fucking
I did
long
too.
time. And then I went to
Early 2000s.
yep. Yeah, that's exactly right after Eddie Guerrero and Chris Benoit came over, and like they did a bunch of badass shit. That was like right. I think the part when I stopped watching was around WrestleMania 21. Can't remember what year that was. I think I was like maybe 13 or 14 at that time. I was just getting into high school, and I was just like, man, this ain't the same shit it used to be. Now it
Yeah.
really is kid shit, you know. And I was getting at that age where I'm starting to get more mature with shit. And I was like, yeah, I just didn't, you know, it didn't entertain me the same. But this last year, I had a friend that, you know, he invited me to an event. He said, hey, I'm doing a death match. And I was like, what's that? And he was like, oh, it's like with the blood and shit. And I was like, wait a minute. What? Like, I got to see this. And I went to this event called UGWA. And you can watch them online. They're fucking crazy. The Underground Wrestling Alliance. They're this promotion that started in a backyard. And then now they have a venue, and they do like their WrestleMania type thing every year in a backyard. So like,
Oh, that's cool.
people come from all over the fucking place, New York, LA, to like come wrestle for them. And you know, their crowd is awesome. You could smoke weed in the fucking audience. And they're like, there's another company out here called Hood Slam that I heard about. I don't know if you heard of them, but
No.
so there was this wrestler named Dark Sheik, and she did the whole indie circuit across the US before. And every place that she went, they're like, "Oh, you're a sheik, you're a sheik." So they try to tell her to do some like racist shit or some shit she didn't want to do.
Yeah.
And she was like, "You know what? Fuck all this. I'm gonna be my own promoter." And she went and she secured a venue somehow in Oakland, and then
Mm.
called up all the people that she like knew that were wrestlers and said, "Hey, this is a show by us for us. Like, come and do it." And they went. Crazy fucking stories. Their thing is 21 and up only, and then it's like don't bring your fucking kids, and everybody's smoking
Yeah.
weed and drinking, open bar or full
Oh, that's
bar.
awesome.
So yeah, and like they have like video game night where they did like a triple threat match with like Eddie Gordo, Sub Zero, and fucking who was it, Ryu from Street Fighter. Like,
Oh,
just like
cool.
they have Link
Yeah.
come out and everybody loses their shit. Like, it's just
Have you ever?
badass.
That sounds dope. I love it when promotions do shit like that. Have you ever seen Chikara shit?
Mm-mm.
You've never checked out Chikara?
No, I gotta check that out. What is
Okay,
that?
so I'm not super into, crazy into it either. I'm more of a casual fan, I guess, of Chikara stuff. It's a bit out there. It's technical. It's more on the technical, like lucha side of like wrestling, I feel like, with the flippy, crazy shit. But they also add anime and video games into
Really?
everything, and they take it to like extreme levels of kayfabe. And like they'll be like everyone will be in it. So like the ref, the announcers, I forget the guy's name, and you might have seen these clips, but have you ever seen the hand grenade match?
No.
Okay, so it's this fucking match that this dude, his gimmick is like I don't know, he's got camo on and shit, and he's got an invisible hand grenade, and he pulls the trigger on it and he throws it up in the air, and it fucking pops, and the wrestlers pop around it, he pops, the ref does, and the announcers are announcing it. So they're like, "Oh my god, he let off one of his hand grenades." Everyone flies back, and then it sends everyone into slow motion, and even the announcers are in, and everybody's in on it, and like the ref is like, fuck, it's so cool like how they like really take shit. One of the wrestlers is called 8-bit, and he's a controller, and if you hit the start button, the pause button, he just fucking pauses. So like he'll just be like standing there, and then you could fucking kick his ass.
What?
And his finishing move, they cut the lights out of the VFW halls and have a light shine on the person, and through the speaker system finish him, and the dude is in the middle of the ring like stunned, like Mortal Kombat. Like that's this dude's like finishing move. And there's a wrestler which I love called Frightmare in it,
Yeah.
also one of my favorite bands, Razorback Records. But Frightmare's special move is he gives you a nightmare. Like you're like running towards him, and he's just like, ah! And fucking like you're just like, like he just fucking gets you with fear. It takes it, it pushes the level of like taking things to like, is this a ridiculous level of shit? But they're all really great technical wrestlers too. So I don't know. I got into that shit for a minute, and I saw it live in my city. They did a tour with like an independent circuit tour or whatever,
Yeah.
hitting all the indie places, some of the wrestlers, and yeah, like it's cool to see. Like, obviously it's fake as fuck. They're letting off grenades that make everything in slow motion and shit. But I don't know, when you're watching that shit on YouTube and you hear the announcers, and even the announcers are going slow like that, it's like, I don't know, it's just an extra level of entertainment. I feel like there's like
Yeah.
a tag team that can dance and do, they like pick each other up and do this like snake charm dance, and it gets the other tag team like dancing. Like they'll just be like, they put them under a spell. I don't know. It's just like really weird shit like that.
That's hella cool, man. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the best. That's the best kind of wrestling where there's good storytelling. That's ultimately what what it takes. The one thing that like every wrestler I have on the show, be it a deathmatch wrestler or a technical wrestler, like they always tell me the backbone of what they want to do in the business is good storytelling, telling a good story, not offending the audience, like, or insulting the audience's intelligence. And it's
Yeah. And
like,
a lot of people don't know this about wrestling too, and kind of indie wrestlers, which you probably have a lot of, I'm assuming. I'm gonna have to watch some of your videos.
oh
But
yeah,
people don't understand that, like, yeah, wrestling is fake, quote unquote, and maybe the match is like planned on who's gonna win, but you don't, the wrestlers, and when you're watching wrestling live on like TV, for example, let's say WWE or like a big promotion like that, the underneath the ring is mic'd. The wrestlers aren't mic'd, and that's because a match is like, a shit ton of improv and talking to each other. Um, I mean, I feel like a lot of people don't know this, that when you're in a match, you're talking to that wrestler the entire match. Every move that you do, you're 3 or 4 moves ahead, maybe, but you're talking and communicating like the whole time. You know what I mean? The whole fucking match, and so you're not only acting and putting on a character, for entertainment purposes, being in role, being in character, but you're also like mathematically trying to remember and plan moves ahead of what the opponent's going to do and what you're going to do to them. And you got to like sell shit the entire, there's just so much. People don't realize how much is going on in a wrestler's head. Like when you're in a fucking match and you're fighting it, I mean, you got to be mentally like really there to be able to do that shit. It's I couldn't even imagine. It's
yeah,
hard ass work. That's for sure.
fucking crazy. Yeah, you miss one thing, you botch one thing, that could be someone's fucking life too. Like a lot of the time,
Yeah,
like
you're
that's
also working and putting trust and in a lot of people. And when you're an indie guy and you're touring and you don't know some of these people that you're in a fucking match with, what's the word they call it when a wrestler's kind of real in the ring? I forget the word that the wrestling industry uses.
when they shoot
It's,
or like
yeah, is that it? Like,
yeah, like it's usually like shit'll be like a shoot.
or like a wrestler. Is it hard that I'm thinking of?
I
He's,
don't know.
or stiff,
I
kind of
think
like
yeah, stiff. Yep.
stiff, kind of meaning like he'll hit you a little bit hard and he might not sell any moves as much as maybe he should. You
Yeah,
know,
exactly.
I don't know. There's so many factors that go. Wrestling is so simple in concept but complex in its like delivery of just like there's so much involved in it. It's not just what you see. There's all that background shit, and man, I don't know what some of these motherfuckers do for work is just
Crazy.
insane, and you gotta give props to motherfuckers for still doing that shit, still touring. It's like being in an underground band. You're like just like fucking going around doing all this extra fucking bullshit that you don't want to do to play an hour set a day, or for them wrestle a match for 15 minutes a day, but yet they're on tour, and the only time they get to do what they really want to do is 15 minutes a day. It's a hard fucking, like, it's like being in a band too. Like, yeah, I couldn't imagine playing 2 or 3 hour set like Metallica or anything. Well, maybe if you had roadies and water and all this crazy shit like they do.
Yeah.
But like, I'm just saying, like, we're we're there to play music. You know, I don't want to sell my fucking merch. I don't want to be in a fucking van with people. I don't want to stay at hotels. I don't want to stay on a fucking gym's floor. I don't want to fucking do anything but get on stage and play fucking music. That's all I
Yeah.
care about. So touring fucking sucks. And, you know, I couldn't imagine being a wrestler. And that's even more extreme in the sense of like, yeah, you don't have gear and all that extra bullshit, but I would assume you're still slanging merch at a table at
Oh yeah.
events.
I've seen
Uh, you
I've
know,
seen indie wrestlers like standing there about to fall asleep at the fucking merch
yeah,
table in
yeah.
some
I mean,
situations. Like fuck, I'm like, man, like just buy this dude shit, everybody, and get on. Like let him, show him
yeah,
some love. This guy just killed himself in the ring 10 minutes ago for you, and
yep.
no one picked up his shirt yet. Like there's so much shit that I think that a lot of shit that goes unnoticed in that it's a hustle. You're constantly
Yeah,
having to hustle, trying to get
that
promoters.
$15 shirt could be the gas money to the next city. Like literally, it comes down to like it being that simple. If you support, you know, bands or indie wrestlers out there doing this shit, because you know everyone's set on this earth to do something, you know, and you know, if you're a wrestler and you've been doing this for a couple of years, you know that you're on this planet to fucking do that. It's a weird thing to get into and do. Like, you're like a bit of a weirdo for even like getting into it and actually, you know, getting nerdy about it, which we all have. But I mean, taking it to the next level of I'm going to work out every day, go on a diet, and go to school and become, you know, a legit, you know, kind of the bigger thinker wrestlers that want to make it to, you know, getting fucking paid. I think what's cool about like wrestling and underground touring, you know, metal, like, you know, what we're kind of talking about is like, it really is the same fucking shit. Like, the more and more I'm sitting here thinking about it, it's, it's the same fucking shit. It's hard work. People don't fucking realize that. And you got to support these motherfuckers. I see indie wrestlers now with getting very creative when it comes to like merchandise, getting
Yeah,
their merchandise to not look like a wrestling shirt and getting it to look like a metal band or a horror movie shirt. You know what I mean? Like going extra crazy on the merch to try to like sell shit. You got to appreciate also the sense of like, is this wrestler also have a good eye, you know, on how they want to brand themselves? Because that's obviously a huge thing in wrestling. And I've always been a design nerd, and you know, I still love the Undertaker logo and the Austin skull and like some of the more like memorable, iconic, you know, like
Heartbreak
branding
Kid, man.
material that you know we
Shawn
fucking
Michaels logo. That
yeah
shit is like,
yeah
it
like
brings
I
back. If it's something that can evoke an emotion out of somebody, if they can attach an emotion to what you've made, then that is like what people need to aim for. Versus like you look at what's something that like you look at and you're just like kind of, you know what I mean, like.
yeah I feel like that about everything now. So uh, like I know exactly what you're saying though. It's there's a on top of like that, obviously WWE had very great graphic designers. Jim Johnson making the music for each fucking wrestler, all this cool shit to brand a wrestler. But you know, now you have wrestlers that are into metal music and no artists that do shit that can design a shirt for them to hit the road with. You know what I mean? It's like a much different playing field, I feel like, now for some indie people. And I've always looked at bands and judged bands, and I might sound like an asshole here, but I've always judged bands on logos and artwork and how they portray themselves visually to people. And if a band, even if it's fucking great, killer fucking music, if you don't get me with that logo and that cover art, I'm not fucking listening. I won't. You got to impress me with visuals first, and that's because I grew up liking shit like Iron Maiden and even the wrestling tees that we used to get when we were kids, like Undertaker shirts and shit. Like that shit was fucking sick, you
Yeah,
know.
man.
And you look at Maiden covers, or the first tape, death metal tape I listened to was fucking First Cannibal Corpse. So when you see that artwork on it, and it already tells you kind of like what you're in for. You look at an Iron Maiden album and you're like, all right, like, there's this devil on the fucking cover and it's very bright and fun looking. And you listen to Maiden's music and it's energetic and fun and it kind of matches each cover. And then you look at Cannibal Corpse and they got fucking babies getting ripped apart. And then you
Yeah.
listen to their music and it matches the artwork very well. You know what I mean? Like there's a certain sense of branding that, you know, you got to have too, especially if you're a fucking wrestler, just like a band. If you're at my show and nothing, you walk by the merch booth and nothing fucking pops at you, and you're at my fucking show, you know what I mean? To see me and fucking my band and nothing pops at you, like to me, it's fucking annoying and stupid. Of course I should want you to walk in and see something right away and be like, yo, that's sick. I can't fucking leave without that shit. So to the wrestlers out there and the bands, I guess, you gotta put thought into that shit too. You know,
Yeah.
you gotta you gotta visually be there too and get some eyeballs, you know, looking. That's like Acid Witch. I know if I've got Tim painting that fucking cover, you know, to me that's the dopest shit in the world because I already fucking know that it's like, yo, that cover is going to be the sickest album cover to come out this year. And that's not because it's my band at all. It's because I'm genuinely like a fan of his art. And I was before he was even in the group. He was tattooing me and shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So, there's a certain level of everything. I usually take care of logos and stuff like that on the covers. He does the fucking artwork for him. And yeah, like I don't know, get nerdy with the design and artwork shit too. Like you gotta be able to like look fucking cool and catch some eyeballs too.
Yeah, man. That's a big thing that I think a lot of people don't have the ability to find is like their identity. Like for me, with just branding the show in particular, this logo, like everything that is here on this page was
Yeah.
something that I thought. Like if you go back like to season 1, shit has been constantly evolving because it's like
Yep.
I'm finding my identity. I know like I met someone who does really good logos that I knew would fit it, so I was like, all right, I'm putting this shit together. And then like once it's cool when you find that, when you find what you want to look like too, because it's really hard. I
Yeah.
I think one problem with myself as a hip hop musician, like I said, I did it for like 13 fucking years. I didn't know how to brand myself. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I used to have like long hair. I looked weird. And sometimes like people can have really shitty music but be branded so well that they
Oh
like
yeah.
come
Think
up,
about how many think about how many corporate just like Backstreet Boy type poppy bands were manufactured by, a group of like people in the music industry that, I mean, yeah, you had great producers like recording them and in this great studio, but who the fuck are those assholes? You,
Yeah, they're
know what
just
I mean? They're
manufactured.
absolutely yeah, they're just some fucking pretty faces. Like, fuck you. But you know, the right people involved that knows the demographic and market. You know, your market's obviously death metal and deathmatch, and you want a fucking death metal, you know, looking fucking logo, like straight the fuck up, you know. And yeah, I think, I don't know, that's cool. I've always found that type of shit fun. The constant, whether it's evolving, like you're saying, and evolving and getting, finding where you're at, you know, branding wise and identity wise, and finally getting to that. Fortunately, that's never been a fucking problem.
Yeah.
I've I've always like I've actually, I'm that stuff over music. Like, I love both of it so much that, you know, it is like a double thing for me. Like, but I feel like I even started to like really do some music just to like do theme artwork with it and shit. Like, it's just fun, you know?
Yeah. I love doing art for my shit. Like that, like I put all my shit together. Like I use editing software, and it's just like so fun. Like all my album art I always did, I always just like took shit, even if I'm taking stock images and then just like giving context to some shit. Like if I find a really clean picture, I'm like, "Oh, this is something that I want to have." Or I'll do like a collage of just a whole bunch of shit and then put it all together, and it just like it just fucking works, you know. Like
Yeah.
it was funny, dude. Like I got really into like minimalist like shit for a little bit. And I remember there was like one project I released. It's not on the internet anymore, but it was literally like it was just like a black plate with a background with like 3 lines of coke on it. And my name used to be White Django, you know, and then
Like
it was,
Django.
yeah, it was just White Django at the top of the thing. And then like fucking it was just hella weird because like I put that out and people are like, "Whoa, what the fuck is this?" Like, you know, I got to hear what this is. And then
Yeah.
I was just saying outlandish shit at that point. Like it was kind of like I didn't know. Like it was right when I learned how to work a crowd, and literally I
Yeah.
found out that like the best way to captivate a crowd is to scream, "I sell more cocaine than you weigh." Cuz cuz I was at this fucking party where I was wasted. I used to drink a lot in college. This is up in like Chico, California, and
Okay.
I was like blackout drunk almost. I wasn't blackout because I remember it, but we're at my friend's house, and these guys are all musicians, and I wanted to make some music. My friend had just gone through a breakup at that time, and he was like trying to hook up with these girls that they brought over to the house. So I was like, yeah, let's record. And he's like, before we're at like this party with all these girls, and he's like, oh yeah, let's go back, see if the girls want to come. So he brings the girls over, and I was like, awesome, we're gonna record. I didn't realize he was just bringing the girls over to record because he was trying to hook up with them and be like, hey, yeah, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
check out our studio, you know, hey, you want to make a beat? Like he was doing all that kind of shit.
Yeah.
And I was like, fuck, I want to record some shit. I have some shit I gotta let out right now. And this girl was like, shut up, you're being a music nerd. And I was like, nerd? I was like, I sell more cocaine than you weigh. I was like yelling. I was like, I could pay for your college tuition in one night. Like I was just going, lost my shit. I went fucking crazy. And then I remember I was hella scared. It was at that Golden Gifted show, the one I told you about at the barber shop, because it was I my reception was always terrible, and then my boy said, you're going to be the final, we're all going to go and you're going to be the last person to perform at this entire show. And I was like, fuck, well, okay, you're going to put me on the spot like that. It started coming out on the microphone, I sell more cocaine than you weigh. And then I realized like I thought of like an album name, because I just pull shit out of my ass, and I was like, Crack God, that's gonna be the next album. I'm gonna be Crack God, White Django, Crack God. And I started yelling Crack God out this Christmas. It's coming out Christmas. The album never came out. I recorded a bunch, but it was like halfway through it, I was like, man, I'm this far into my career. I've already, I have different fans of different sounds with all the shit that I've done. They've seen me with all these different looks, and I'm always just meeting new people. Like,
Yeah.
do I really want to be the Crack God? Do I really want to do this? This is like something that is just fun, but it's totally not me. Like I had
Yeah,
people asking me for like cocaine after the show. Like they came up to me, they're like, "Hey, you got
that's
some of that
dope.
cocaine?" I was like, "No, man, I just said that in a song." Like you know. And then people are
That's
checking me,
good.
and I was like, "Dude, it's fun. Like it's satire, it's fun." But you know, and then I realized like maybe I don't want to market myself like that. And then it just like then I started like questioning myself, am I even marketable like to do this kind of shit? And then I was like, maybe not. Like it's just not my cup of tea. I just do this shit for
Yeah,
fun. I'd rather do it behind a name or like a fucking a cartoon character or some shit like what's his name, Quasimodo, how Madlib like raps under him and shit. Like I'll
yeah. I like all that shit's very similar. I'm like struggling with that type of shit like now with the rap beat shit. Like I don't want to release it under my name, if that makes sense.
yeah, because people already know what to hear from Slasher
Yeah,
Dave, or they
I
have
don't
like an
want
idea.
I don't want people to go on Slasher Dave's Spotify and and hear like some of the rappier beats like the Christmas thing I did this year, or like sometimes I'll just randomly drop a fucking beat or something. It's like I want that shit to be straight fucking like Carpenter, Fulci sounding like Fabio Frizzi worship. I want that to be the straight like horror like fit soundtrack shit. So I'm like, I've been struggling with how the fuck am I gonna like, kind of brand this like newer thing that I've been doing, which is, the beats.
Yeah. It's
So
really
yeah,
good too. But it is
thanks.
different. It
It is.
I noticed a
Yeah.
change, and you said it right after Halloween. You were like, it was the week after Halloween. You were like, fuck, Halloween's over. We're going into winter. Like, I don't really know how to feel right now. And
Yeah.
from the music and shit you've been making, you're really like letting it out, like how you feel and shit. It's a totally different vibe, but it
Yeah.
isn't the Slasher Dave that we all love and know. This is like a new thing that you're doing now.
Yeah. It's like, since I've like kind of quit the day job thing and just doing music full time, it's like sometimes a beat, like the beat's no joke, just like I'm I've gotten so good at them now and kind of so quick that they pay a lot of fucking bills. And that's kind of to me like the universe just kind of, telling me like, dude, you're getting paid right now. Keep doing this shit. You're doing something right because, you know, it's fucking straight up paying the bills. So I don't know. I gotta think of another, I gotta do this Brandon shit that we're fucking talking about. Like I'm like in the middle of trying to think of something cool and, not stupid to ease in because, obviously it's still me. And I think in a lot of my beats, if you listen to like the Al Azul Elu album, Mausoleum, I did all the beats, for that album. You could definitely listen to that album and be like, if you know my music, you could tell I did.
Oh
Even
yeah.
though it's like rap beats, you can listen to it with the sounds and the synth and how like kind of pounding it is that you could be like, all right, if you've ever listened to any of my music, you could just hear it and tell that's a Dave beat. So it's like finding that perfect name of like, what is that name going to be that's still there? It's still me, but it's just separating it on, I don't even know, streaming shit. It's just
Yeah.
a way of separating more of the genre shit that I want to do. So I don't know. I might have a lot of new projects dropping that are just like I can't do with Acid Witch. I can't do with Slasher Dave. I can't do with whatever the fuck. That's what Spooky Sounds kind of was, and is. It's just kind of like a side project whenever I have time to do it. Something gets done. It's not nothing pressing. It's fun.
Yeah. That's the
But
best. The best shit always seems to come out of like that kind of stuff too. The shit that you
yeah,
you go back and you listen to and you go, Damn, like that was tight. Like the shit you have the most fun making.
Yeah, I mean, beginning of lockdown, I'd say. But yeah, everyone on my Instagram and shit would just they everyone just watched me make that album. Like both albums, because I have Cannibal Death Gods 1 and 2, and those are like my Italian robe zombie movie cannibal worship. I call it robe zombie because in Italian movies they love to put zombies in robes, like
Yeah.
decaying like robes. I always find that cool, but like that was like my robe zombie tribute to like Italian music and shit. But I wrote that shit live on Instagram, and people were straight up like, yo, you should put a fucking cowbell right there. And I would like put a fucking, I would like do shit that everyone was saying. And I wrote an album that way, which I never fucking have before. And it just ended up turning out to be like so cool. And like now I listen to that shit, and everybody that tuned in during that time, it'll stick with them forever. It was a magic fucking time. Right when lockdown happened, we were like
Yep.
scared shitless. Like, what the fuck is this? Everyone tuning in, and like I just made those albums, and that was kind of my transition. Right before lockdown is when I went down to Ohio and did Mausoleum, which is for Alizulilu in their studio. And that was when I first started doing that. Really, I've been doing hip hop beats for years, but it was just for fun. And basically, what I did the last 5 years of doing it was just get good. Like, not show anybody them, but just get really fucking good at it, because it's, I did it a lot on my free time just for fun. And I was passionate about it. And right before lockdown, I went there, I got most of those beats down, and then lockdown happened. And I don't know what the fuck it was with 2020, but I feel like a lot of rap shit was coming out. And I just had them and a bunch of people hitting me up about shit. And I was just slinging fucking beats left and right.
Yeah.
And last year I did really good too. And yeah, I just fucking time.
It
It's
was funny.
crazy.
I reached
I'd
out.
love to.
Having that free time and the ability to record, I actually went back and did a little bit during that time, and I was like, literally like that. I think that was the first time where I was like, okay, I'm gonna invest money in beats too. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I reached out because before there would be an odd off, like someone would send me a beat, or I'd collab with somebody on some shit or make my own shit. But I remember like reaching out to my boy World Coast, who makes a fuck ton of beats, and I was like, yo, send me a fucking zip file with everything you got. Here's like $200, and I just sent the money over. And like,
Hell yeah.
there was a lot of like, I guess the downtime, people not working, and then having that free time to like get their shit together musically. Like, all right, well, I'm creative, I'm gonna do this. And a lot of people that maybe had never thought to, or never had the time to sit down and think, this is what I want to do.
Yeah,
fucking,
I was always a bitch about it. I was always like, oh, I need this cushion. I can't, I can't quit a job
mm-hmm.
to do this shit. You know what I mean? It's funny though. Once you actually quit the job and you need to eat, it's funny how your mind can do things for you without you even trying. You automatically go into kind of like a survival mode. And I think that was what a lot of people needed to see in themselves during lockdown, is like, you know what? I can get this shit done. I just need it's this fucking job that holds me back. It's this fucking job of like all this time. Everyone got on lockdown and was just like, man, I can focus,
Yeah.
fucking focus.
Yeah,
I think
man.
that's important. Like, as a musician, I feel like it's ever since I've quit the day job in lockdown, I've been able to make much better music. Like, much better.
Oh, for sure. You seen all the like bands that are coming out too, like fucking in
Oh
2020 or
yeah,
2021, just getting their
a lot of
shit
music.
together. Like
Yeah.
fucking there's just a handful of like, well, not even a handful, there's a fuck ton of people that got their shit together. And it's funny because I interview a lot of death metal bands on here, and what the consensus really is like, well, there was no like time to bullshit. It's kind of like uh dude from like Snuffed on Sight. I don't know if you heard of them, but they're like one of the like upcoming slam bands. His name's
Okay.
Seven. He said that like when lockdown happened, he fucking just recorded a bunch of shit and then sent it over to somebody else, like via through email, like do it like how hip hop shit is made. You know, hey, I'm gonna email you this half done
That's how
track.
Acid Witch made our first album. Our singer lived in fucking Finland. On the first album, on our first album in 2008, our singer lived in Finland. So we were doing that
Fuck.
exact same thing for Witch Tannic. Yeah.
That's like fucking hip hop, dude. I've done,
I know.
you know,
We were so ahead of our fucking time back then, like before lockdown, like going back to that. We were doing that shit in 2008, like with a metal band. You know,
that's
that's hip hop shit. Sending stemmed fucking files and shit.
yeah, that's crazy. I remember going like shit when my metal band, we'd fucking just hang out. We'd end up smoking weed and like wouldn't we were supposed to be making new songs. We just end up getting high and like, oh, the chicks are coming over. Like, let's just hang out. You know, like
I mean, I think that's mostly every fucking band. Drink beer, smoke weed, practice later.
straight up.
No one wants to fucking practice.
Never, never.
I don't want to practice. I don't want to play songs that, I want to keep making new shit. I don't want to practice.
Yeah, man.
I don't know. I feel like every band feels like that. It's just like, fuck. Like I've always been the weird one and not cared about touring or shows. So I just like making music, creating music and shit. I've never cared about the touring end of things. I realize it's like, well, I should say it was a pretty important thing in music. But since lockdown, we've been shown that it's not important. And, if you're a smart band, you can make just as much money, if not more, from not touring because there's a lot of expenses in touring that people don't talk about.
Yeah. Did you
Think
see an
about it.
increase in sales during lockdown for Acid Witch?
Did I?
Yeah, like in merchandise or like vinyls, all that shit.
I think what we noticed was, I mean, we usually always do good. So the numbers are kind of like, I don't really pay attention to a lot of that stuff with Acid Witch
Yeah.
because I don't know. We sell records,
Yeah.
um, but I do feel like obviously streaming, Spotify numbers, like anything related digitally like that during lockdown, yeah, definitely like spiked up like fucking insane. And my Slasher Dave shit in 2020 just fucking
Yeah.
like I never expected to be, doing this much Slasher Dave shit, but in 2020, you know, motherfuckers fucking love that shit. I don't know. I don't know. It was like meant to be to do more of this type of music, or I don't know what the fuck, but yeah, we did in 2020 a tape, and we basically just had a card back. It was like an old school press. It's basically like our way of our lockdowny, like we had a song called The Halloween That What Almost Wasn't, or The Halloween That Wasn't, kind of talking about the like uncertainty of like Halloween in COVID land
Yeah.
in 2020, kind of like, our release then, and that did really good. But I worked at a record store. I still talk to them and keep up with everything. And at least in Michigan here, like record stores and shit, everybody had the best year of their life. in fucking COVID land in
Yeah.
2020. Record stores sold more records because people were home than ever before. Fucking people listen to more music than they ever fucking have before. People watch more movies, people watch more wrestling, people. I mean, it was just kind of like whatever you're fucking into, you're probably going to get absorbed in it
Yeah.
because you're not working for however many months, you know. So I don't know. It was a blessing for me, like the whole lockdown shit, because I always had a day job, you know, and just doing this and it's changed my life so fucking immensely of just happiness and like, yeah, I work 15 hours a day every single day, usually to like make what I need to survive. But imagine having a really fun hobby and just being able to do that all day for 15 hours.
Yeah.
So it's like, you know, it sucks that I spend so much time doing shit sometimes and I'm such a workaholic when it comes to stuff, but I like doing it. I have fun doing it. And it's like, what else, you know, what else am I here to do? I like riding my bike. Like, I love getting out on my bike, but like, other than that, like, why, you know, lockdown just it answered and I asked and it answered so many questions I had about just life in general. Just like, why am I here? What the fuck am I doing? And am I going to actually start to do what I want to do? Because what I want to do is just work on music and produced like hip hop beats, horror soundtrack music, and fucking crazy metal music. That's all I want to do in my life. And paint and ride my bike. That's all I want to do. Figure this shit out, Dave. You know, like
Yeah.
figure this shit out. So for me, I feel like it was a huge blessing, and I'm not the only one. Like a lot of people I talk to, like I'm not even playing like 70 fucking percent or something of people I talked to was like, I learned a lot of shit during lockdown and I emerged a better fucking person from it. It was like the people who wanted it to be a fucking positive used it as a positive,
Oh yeah.
right? I mean, you said you got some dope shit, you know?
Oh yeah. This show wouldn't exist, man, if fucking the lockdown didn't
Yeah,
happen.
yeah.
It all started with me being bored as fuck and then listening to some new bands and then started buying all sorts of fucking records and then I started buying all sorts of t-shirts and then I realized like I love this shit and I want to share it with the world, you know? And
Yeah,
like then I got in touch with Kareem from Night Shift merch and fucking then we
that's a
started.
cool logo.
Oh yeah, man. He's the man, dude. Have you seen their website? You ever
No,
check them
that's a
out?
dope logo though. I love that logo.
Oh,
Like I said, I'm a huge graphic designer guy. That's a sick logo.
yeah, he fucking he used to work for Indie Merch and then he used to be the tour manager for Black Dahlia Murder and then a whole bunch
Okay.
of other bands. Like I think he did Chemist, I might be wrong with that. And I know he's really good friends with like Napalm Death, so he started a website where they just sold their merch and then
Hmm.
a whole bunch of other bands and labels like reached out and said, "Hey, your website's pretty successful. Like, can we get on there?" And then like now they fucking have every like all the death metal merch on there that you can find. So like,
Oh, awesome.
yeah, I was like super pumped. And then that happened. You
I'll
know
have to
it.
check that out. I'm so out of the loop on all this new stuff popping up because, like was saying earlier about social media and just straight up like hate and anxiety, it's
Yeah,
hard for me to like see the new cool shit that pops up too, you know?
yeah, dude, I totally feel you on that. Like if it weren't for Warflurch Wednesday, like guy I was telling you about, Mike, from that band Warflurch, they're a trip. Have you heard Warflurch?
No, I'll
Oh,
check that out.
bro, I'm gonna send you some Warflurch. They're fucking crazy. They use synths in their shit too. Like
Oh, cool.
they're another band that does that, and they have like a kind of like slow type sound, like a lot of build up, and like so much inspiration from different shit. They're really cool. But yeah, Mike, I guess during the pandemic, he just started going live every Wednesday when all of his shit would come in the mail, and then tons of people would just jump in these lives because they had nothing better to do, and then they'd be like, oh, what's Mike opening this week, what's he getting? And then like different labels started sending him shit, and then he's like, oh yeah, here's my project too, and then fucking it just
That's
like
sick.
snowballed. And he's such a positive dude, like he's
That's
always like
sick.
open-minded to anybody that comes on, any new band that wants some exposure. He's just like, yo, what's up, come in here, tell me what you're about. You know, he's smoking a joint, just talking shit. Like he's the coolest dude, man.
That's
Like,
cool.
and you're one of those people too that, you know, in the death metal community where you're going live and you created like,
I'm live all the fucking time.
yeah, I love it, dude. When you're just chilling making beats, like I just fuck, what was it, my wife, she always hears, because I always like, whenever I'm listening to you like on the live, I'll have like the volume up on my phone and I'm just sitting there, and like
Yeah.
my wife will like agree with random shit that you say. Like she'll
Yeah.
just be like, oh yeah, he's right about that. I'm like, what the fuck, like,
Yeah.
you know, it's the
I mean,
best.
I got some hot takes usually on some fucking shit, but I mean, again, isn't it? I mean, I would have never done that shit before lockdown. I would have been like a scared little fucking bitch to fucking come on live and like talk in front of people. I've always been like that. Like, I've never been like this. But lockdown, I just went live and I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna just make some music. I'm comfortable doing that. I'm comfortable, you know, with instruments and getting the song going and shit. And then I just got comfortable with it now, and it's kind of weird how comfortable I am. And it's like, well, should I sit here and like, you know, make a beat that I want to do by myself? That's how I think now.
Yeah.
Like, should I just sit here like by myself, or should I just like go live? And, you know, it's not like, you know, I'm engaging, but I'm doing a beat. I'm doing music usually. Sometimes I veer off and we'll do a mix tape or fucking something weird, but like for the most part I'm working still, so it's like I don't know, it's cool that if I do something whack, someone might call me out on it. And if I do something super fucking dope that I don't realize, which actually happens a lot, of something that I'm about to delete and I'm just like, this is awful. But then someone says, like, dude, no, you know, that shit's dope. Fucking leave it.
Yeah.
Or don't delete it, just mute it or whatever. And then I end up actually taking what everyone's saying to, you know, and going back to like lockdown and Cannibal Death Gods and streaming and shit, everybody that watched me during Cannibal Death Gods and that kind of kept up with me, it's Hell's Headbangers, who puts out Acid Witch
Yeah.
records. They're putting out Cannibal Death Gods 1 and 2 on vinyl.
Ooh.
It'll be a double. You can't just buy one or the other. You
Yeah.
got to buy like both albums because I want them listened to as one or whatever. But everyone's in the thanks list. So like I made sure everybody that watched me make that album and had a, you know, look, even if you just tuned in and you didn't tell me anything and you gave no opinion, you're in there getting thanked for, you know, just watching me create those albums. That was something that, like, I don't know, everyone was a part of it. It was fucking weird. And now I just love doing music like that because, you know, when you do this shit every day, when you wake up, make coffee, get on a computer and just start making random music. I don't know where I'm going to go in a day. I don't know what beat. I don't know if I'm going to do a rap beat. I don't know if I'm going to do an Acid Witch song or a slash. I have no idea. I just get up and whatever kind of like, you know, vibe I'm feeling, I work on shit. So I don't know. It's cool that I can now kind of like make some, even if I do it by myself, chilling in the morning, pop on live an hour later with it playing and get a couple like literal real time opinions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Of like people I trust too, of like, you know, just like how does this shit sound? If you're doing beats, especially rap beats, shit can get monotonous and just like, oh, like I you know, it's all kind of like the same tempos, the same, you know, you're working with somewhat of a already laid out arrangement and structure. So it can get kind of like boring at times, you know? So
Oh
I
yeah.
don't know. To me, it's cool just going live and being able to talk shit and do a beat and get opinions. Cause sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I'm doing something really, really whack and just awful. And I have no idea. And I just think it's the dopest shit at the time when I'm making it. And if sometimes I go live and, you know, I can just tell like, oh shit, like
I
this
you
is
know
bad.
that's hilarious because
Yeah.
I do that shit. It's isn't it funny? Like as a musician, like when you make some shit you're super confident in, usually the first reaction people are like, "Oh, that's cool," and then it's always the shit that you make where you're like, about. Like everyone goes
Yep.
like, "Oh, that shit is
Ape shit
sick. I
over.
love that
Yep.
shit."
Always, every time. Yeah. I forget what song it was on Cannibal 2, but yeah, same thing happened. I'm like so frustrated. The song's like sounding like Boston or something, and like just this like classic rock, and I'm like struggling with it, and I'm like, this is not good. I'm about to just delete this whole song. And everyone was like, don't, this song's amazing. And now I look on the Spotify, you know, whatever shit, and like that's like up there is like, you know, the number one thing. And going back to like kind of the question, I don't know why this is just popping in my head now. Going back to that, like people listening in 2020 lockdown shit and noticing a spike of anything. Like I didn't notice anything crazy, but what I did notice during that year, and it was like this last year, but not as much in 20 as in 2020. I have um a Spotify for artists app.
Yeah.
So it's for people that release music, you know, and it shows you the stats of everything. One time, I no joke, I'm not fucking exaggerating. I got in such excruciating detail. I was in people's houses that listened to my music. I have no idea what happened in the app, but I was on a maps. It took me to the map. I clicked on this house that it had a dot on. And when I went in the house, I was in the house like a virtual tour, like you were buying a house, like a Remax, you know, like a
Yeah.
3D like walkthrough video. And I was going through all these houses and shit. I'm like sidetracking, but I
Yeah,
don't
that's
know
good.
what the fuck happened at that time. But on Halloween of 2020, uh, with my Slasher Dave shit, I had such a spike from the hours of like trick or treating that if you look at it, it looks like a stock chart. You know what I mean? But on Halloween, it was like this, and I'm not even fucking exaggerating. It was like I'm trying to fucking get my hand. It was like, and then right back down. Like it was such an extreme, like thousands of people at one time, all listening to my music during these hours of trick or treating, playing it for trick or treaters and shit. And it was fucking like so intense seeing that shit like during all day. I had this just, I can't explain it, this buzz, this like high, and my ears were ringing. Like ever since I got up like that Halloween in 2020, my ears were just like, boo, just like ringing. And you know, who knows if you know we're in tune with whatever the fuck, but I felt something that day that I've never felt before. That was like this magic of like so many motherfuckers listening to my music on that day
Yeah.
that I like felt it. Before I even looked at that shit, I was just like, and then I looked at it and I was just like, holy fucking shit. People really went all out. And I think about this as a Halloween nut too. You know what else came out in 2020?
Hmm.
The 12-foot fucking Home Depot skeleton.
Oh shit.
You know what I'm talking
Yeah, I
about?
know what you're talking
The new
about.
Halloween trend of the last 2 years, the giant Home Depot 12-foot skeleton that people put in front of their house.
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was born in 2020. Wow. It's interesting because I find him interesting because I don't have one personally, and I don't think I will ever have a 12-foot skeleton because I'm more into the old school Halloween shit. But I don't think it's gonna go away.
Yeah, that's like a thing that is just gonna
And
be.
people, yeah, there's a person down the street from me that left it up. And in Thanksgiving, it was dressed as a 1950s housewife holding a turkey leg. For Super Bowl, it was in a jersey. And every season they keep this fucking 12-foot skeleton up and dress it up differently for whatever occasion. And yeah, I find it interesting that in 2020 was also a huge sale year for Halloween goods, for like decorations. I feel like a lot of motherfuckers took those stimmy checks and fucking bought like 12-foot skeletons or like, like Halloween shit with that stuff. So it was an interesting year for Halloween. Um, in general, I think in 2020, with everybody being kind of paranoid and making like candy shoots too.
I
I don't know
know.
if you got that around your neighborhood, but we had people like with like tubes. You like drop the candy down and it would like slide down to the trick or treaters. It was a weird Halloween in 2020.
Yeah, it
But
was strange.
yeah, I don't know. Going back to that, now that you say shit, yeah, I mean, it was weird shit like that in 2020 that I noticed that I feel like a lot of people had a great year.
Yeah,
Had a
people wanted
fucking
to. They couldn't let it get ruined.
A lot of
Like,
people died and got sick,
yeah,
but I mean, I guess that's still this shit's crazy. And going back to the live thing too, and back to I think what musicians and I don't know, kind of specifically extreme metal, black metal, death metal, you know, musicians need to fucking worry about is, not fucking touring. What we're witnessing right now, as much as anyone hates me saying this, is we're not going to see anything get back to normal. We're not. If anything, it's going to fucking get crazier, and they're going to push more virtual, like, no, not a huge amount of people in crowds with shit. And like you were saying earlier about how split, you know, kind of the world is, because I've talked to a lot of people in other countries now that are split on uh, getting vaccinated or not, just like America. You know, I don't think shit's going to go back to normal. I think that when shit does go back to normal, it's going to be a different world. Ticket prices are going to be more. I think we'll see a brief couple years of like live music coming back and doing good and like shows being packed. And I think, we might have seen a little bit of that already, but it's not coming back as normal. Like,
yeah.
it's a sad fucking future ahead of us. I'm not even trying to be negative. I'm a really positive guy,
Oh
but
yeah.
uh, we're witnessing is like the when you light a lighter, the Flintstone before it grabs that gas and unites. We're at the very spark of more virtual world and not being around people, and they're just going to keep pushing it. There's going to be more shit that pops up, and there's going to be less and less live shows.
It's gonna be
You
like
know,
Ready Player One. Everyone's gonna be living in trash, putting
oh,
on headsets.
there'll be a time when you'll be paying to go to a virtual reality concert.
They
You
already
know,
are.
I think, yeah, that's
Yeah.
so if it's already happening, then yeah, give it 5 years for technology to really catch up. I always go into tech shit because I've been obsessed with like I don't know, weird futurism shit since I've been young, but it's coming. The singularity has fucking happened. We're here. There's no turning back. Like, I remember the day when me and all my fucking friends all said I'll never own a fucking smartphone until they gave it to you for free. because technology catches up to the point, it grows exponentially and doubles every year, and it gets to the point to where those virtual reality shit will be so cheap, just like everything gets, and it'll be normal in the world. And all those cool artsy NFTs, all those little punks you're buying and moving little, I don't even know what the fuck an NFT really is, but all
Yeah.
those little gifts that you're buying for $1 million, you're going to be able to have in the metaverse. Whoa, dude, you got a little fucking Minecraft fucking sword. Cool. You,
Yeah.
you paid
Well,
like $5,000 for that back in the day.
so I think as far as NFTs go, because I really follow like crypto. I've been checking it out. I've been like
Oh,
invested
I
in it.
did. I did really good. I mean, it's down right now, but
Yeah.
thank you before. Thank you right before Elon fucking went crazy with Doji. I made like 8 grand from it and
Yeah.
pulled out like I don't know, last year, yeah. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm the same. I've experimented with it.
Yeah. The NFTs, like there are NFTs that I think are worthless out there, but more people are adopting them. But the one use that I think might benefit you with NFTs is people are selling masters as NFTs. Like
Yeah.
whenever they make beats and shit like that, they will sell it as an NFT. So it has to be transacted through cryptocurrency, and then
Yeah, I don't know.
anytime that moves hands, you get paid commission on it.
I get a royalty on it.
Yeah,
Yeah, see, I haven't dug too far into the NFT thing. I know roughly what it is, but yeah, I would love that, but I don't know what a wallet is.
yeah,
I don't know how, everything that I've done with it's just like stupid shitty Robin Hood. But I mean, I've done good with it,
yeah.
I
The
bought whatever when it was insanely cheap and sold it when it was insanely up. Glad I did when I did, but I don't get the NFT thing personally, as far as like, I just don't, personally get it.
yeah,
And then I don't understand the wallet shit. I don't understand like, I'm at the point, if anyone's fucking watching out there that has these fucking skills, if anyone's watching, you want to do an NFT collab, I'll provide content. You upload everything. I'll give you 5% of every time it fucking sells. You'll get 5% if you know how to do it.
you heard
There's
that.
that fucking thing. Yeah. 5%.
Everybody
I mean, if you
watching.
know how to do it, that's free money, right? Right? Hit me up. I'll give you some NFT beats. I'll give you some artwork to go with those beats. You want to make some money? I don't know how to do anything. Let's fucking do it. If anyone out there knows how to do it, I'll give you a fucking percentage.
Hell yeah.
Like, I don't give a fuck. I don't get it. If someone's out there knowledgeable that knows how to fucking, do it, cool. You deserve that. You deserve that money. You got the knowledge. Fuck it. I don't
Yeah.
care.
I know right now it is difficult, but I think that in a couple years, like you were saying with smartphones, it's like accessibility. It's going to get there. It's going to catch up, and it'll be at the point
Do
where
you
it's
think
like,
it really is though?
I
I
think
mean, the
so.
difference between this, I think, and the difference between this and, like, I don't know, a piece of artwork that you have is like, that artwork is always going to be worth something because it's physical. I can screen cap and screen record your stupid little GIF NFT and save it on my phone.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I don't own it, but I can watch it and do whatever the fuck I want with it whenever I can, like, want to. So I guess in that sense, I really don't get the NFT thing. And I think for me to get it, I would need to have an avatar in maybe a virtual reality world 10 years down the road, and maybe see how those items would transfer and like translate into that world, because we really don't know what that world is going to be. What a lot of people don't notice, what Meta is, who Facebook is what Facebook is, going to do. They've already done it and tested shit, but basically what Meta is a virtual avatar social media, and we'll be able to hang out with each other and talk with our avatars. You know, if we got the fucking shit on. God, could you imagine those little annoying fucking cartoons? Those little, those little stupid Facebook cartoons things that people post? They look like fucking pedophile like cartoons or something. Like, I hate those fucking things, but imagine a world of those little creatures. Oh God, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
I don't even want to think about that shit. But I mean, that's what it is, that's what Facebook is going to be. There'll be a time in our near future to where your girlfriend or boyfriend will get mad at you for having an affair without physically touching somebody. It will get to that point. I give it 10 to 15 years before it's at that point to where relationships will be broken up because you fucked someone else in your little virtual reality fucking world. You, I guarantee that'll
Oh,
be a normal problem.
I think it's yeah, and it's already starting to happen. If you go to have you heard of VR chat?
No.
Oh my god, let me show you this. This is so this you know the Oculus Quest that that it was one of the
The
hottest
virtual
things
reality.
this
Yeah.
last year. So there's this open source game. It's free that anybody can get, and you go into this virtual world with and anybody can create a world. Anybody with a PC that's powerful enough, you can make your own fucking world. People created like
Okay.
Jerry's house or Jerry's apartment from Seinfeld, and you can just hang out with other people in these virtual spaces. So
Okay.
like they have virtual strip clubs, they have virtual bars where you can go and what people do like I got one, my buddy got one during the pandemic, like in the beginning of lockdown, since we couldn't hang out with each other. We would meet up in there and we would play virtual beer pong and like drink with each other and shit.
Uh,
And these servers have like up to like I think it's like 60 people in each server. So it's live parties that are just public rooms where people are going around, walking around, and like let me show you the quality of this shit. Like it is you can make your avatar any fucking character that you want to be. You can be fucking Bruce Willis in Die Hard, or you can be Crash Bandicoot. Like you could be Sonic
yeah.
the Hedgehog. You could be anybody that you want to be, or you can just make your own character. And it's fucking crazy, man. Like this shit is fucking bizarre. Here, I'm putting a clip of it on right now for you. Let me see. Window capture. Oh shit. Shit's like giant. God damn, man, this shit's like fucking huge. I gotta shrink this thing down like a million times to pull it up. But this is
Hey.
like the world, and you're
Whoa.
in VR. They're like cat people, all sorts of weird shit going on.
Okay, so when you're doing this type of shit, would you assume that these people are just touching their fucking pussies and dicks and assholes like while they're talking to each other?
Some people are probably doing it. Like, see,
Yeah.
like, yeah, this guy getting a dance, he's probably doing it, and
Yeah, he's probably touching its peen.
it's probably a dude too on the other side. You know what I mean? Because they don't. It's not like they check if you're a dude or a chick. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
Okay. So this is like still at the point of like, very primal, like you're just touching yourself. This is the caveman shit of virtual reality. Imagine when virtual reality is basically like whatever you feel. Like imagine like being in virtual reality but feeling the sensation of coming. I'm not playing. Like imagine when it's that point of like you not touching yourself during this shit, and whatever you're strapped into or whatever like you're hooked into
yeah,
can actually make you feel like you know.
That you remember that movie? What was it? Sleeper. You ever seen that movie?
No, I have seen Lawnmower Man though.
It's it,
Lawnmower Man's like virtual sex shit.
it's a movie about it's that one weird guy that made a bunch of like movies in like the 70s. He ended up like marrying his like fucking niece or some shit. Or no,
Oh,
Woody
a,
Allen. Or no.
yeah, Woody Allen.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Woody.
yeah, yeah. I have seen that. I didn't
Yeah.
know that was a Woody Allen. Yeah,
Yeah, there's a scene in it where they have the pleasure fucking thing that they stand in, remember? And they're like, "Oh," when
yeah,
they stand in the machine. I I
yeah. Totally.
I believe that shit would happen. I agree with you, man, for sure.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. Maybe it was Black Mirror episode of Black Mirror, but I forget what show it was. But it was a bodysuit, and it was like a tight bodysuit that hugs every part of you. Damn, you get to go kill motherfuckers.
Yeah, you could do
It
anything.
was it was like a tight bodysuit, okay? So it's on your fingers, it's along your face, it's on your crotch, you know what I mean? It's everywhere. So anything that happened in the virtual world, whatever this, suit was, it made you feel whatever. If you got hit in the fucking face,
Yeah.
you know, you felt it.
Yeah.
And we're not far off from that
Oh,
shit. Like
it's coming, man.
we're not far off from that shit. It's a weird world that we're alive in, and we think about our grandparents and shit, and like uh my grandma and grandpa saw, like, they go back to like horse and buggy still, you know they go back to people not having money for a car and having a horse
Yeah,
to
fuck.
drive around the city in. I mean, to witness that, to the boom of everybody having a car and cars being economically, uh not just for rich people anymore, and now cars are cheap, and can the public can get them, and then witnessing um color fucking movies,
Yeah.
and and in 1938, and then witnessing like cable TV, but black and white. And then in the 80s, like, oh shit, color TV? Like all the shit that like we find so normal, those motherfuckers saw and like lived and saw a bunch. And we're that generation too, but our generation is more on the tech side instead of the industrial revolution boom. We're on the technological boom, and what we're in, again, it's just that tiny little Flintstone. Uh, there's not even a fire. There's not even a spark. The rubbing, the friction is just happening. We're just at that sound.
Yeah.
Not even a spark yet of what we're going to see in the next 10 to 20 years of insanity, technological insanity.
Yeah.
Crazy
It's
world.
it's gonna happen so rapidly fast too. Like
Yeah,
straight up.
there's laws that need to be passed. There's drone laws that need to be passed. In 5 years, you'll have an orange square in your backyard, and that square is where Amazon delivery packages will fucking be. Laws just need to be passed, but that's going to be the landing spot for your packages. There will be a time when your mail stops and mail people fucking don't have jobs,
Yeah.
and all your mail is going to be digital. That's in the next fucking 10 years too. Like, I'm trying to do some books right now. I got a book coming out, a zine book, activity book coming out, disembodied zine. I know that I have 10 years, 10 to 15 years max of like being able to self-publish a fucking book and get it print before prices skyrocket to print anything.
Yeah.
Because that's it's happening now, but it's gonna happen much more. We're at the point now to where Fender and Gibson are like, getting sued for owning forests
Yep.
and buying out forests and cutting them down for their guitar wood. And like, we're just We
That's
don't.
crazy. I was gonna
It,
mention that when you were talking about the paper. That's so fucking like we're out of fucking wood. We're gonna be out of wood for the fucking guitars. Like that shit is nuts. What? Everything is gonna be synth, man.
everything and precious metals are what our phones
Yep.
and everything that makes every computer, Wi-Fi, cable, everything is these precious metals, and we're slowly running out of those. A big reason that fucking movie came out, because I do feel like Hollywood lets out shit sometimes of like realness to kind of like, ha ha ha, this is a movie, but ha ha ha, this is real, you dumb motherfucker. But that Don't Look Up movie
Yeah.
of yeah, we're at that point to where we want to go to other planets to look for precious metals, because mining them is not only destroying our planet, but it's, we're running out of shit, like to do this crazy shit. Well, we want to dig underground sub vacuum tunnels that go from Detroit to LA in an hour, compared to a jet that takes like 4 hours or something. This is shit that, the fucking global elite and people that work with them are planning right now.
Yeah.
And, there's like actual plans for and shit of like these, underground tunnel systems, and not taking advantage of, being underground and being able to use that type of shit. We want to build all this shit that relies on all this shit that we're running out of. Like right now, like how the fuck is all this shit gonna happen? Like who the fuck knows? We have an interesting 10 to 20 years ahead of us to see what happens. Where this world is going to go. Honest technological question for you. I want your honest opinion. Something I've read about for 20 years now, being into Ray Kurzweil and shit. And I've read articles now and people posting it that I've seen on Facebook. It scares people. It scares society a lot. But what I've read is getting to the point with, this is 20 years ago I read this, getting to the point with stem cell research that you will no longer need to kill a cow for its back piece of meat, because it's grown genetically and perfect in a lab. Would you rather switch your protein to something that you can grow in a lab perfectly, that is exactly that cut of meat that you got from the cow, but it's artificially, synthetically grown? Would you rather that than kill a cow? And I'm telling you, it tastes exactly the same too.
Yeah.
Like if you had a chef prepare it for you, you know what I mean? Let's say you couldn't tell the difference.
Well, I mean, knowingly, I consumed hexametaphosphate and what else is in here? Niacinamide and
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like if
I'm
I'm at
drinking
that
a yeah, totally. Like
at that point, it's like what if it is what it is? It's probably, we're going to find out in 10 years causes cancer or does some fucked up shit. But I smoked cigarettes for a bunch of years and that kind of shit.
I
If it
vape. I quit cigarettes and I vape. Who knows what the fuck's gonna happen with that shit?
I know I trip off of that too a lot cuz it is a relatively new thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, man, I think that with the grown meat shit, whether I like it or not, I'm probably going to eat some of it if it becomes a big enough thing. If they can find a way to really manufacture that shit and I wouldn't be surprised if they were to come out and drop the fucking bomb that Arby's has been serving this shit for like 2 years and I couldn't tell the difference. I'm
Yeah.
still probably going to Arby's. You know,
Okay.
I'd have to get sick from the way I am. I have to get sick from some shit to not try it again. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm the same way. Okay. Let me ask you this. If you were years in the future, let's say, and you're completely against any kind of like merging, okay, with technology. I mean, yeah, I mean you as a person, okay, and you see a person, you see the first person, you know, it work on, let's say, years and years of trying, but let's say it works in a person, and all of a sudden that person that it worked on is a god, and they don't need to think. There is no thinking. They are the internet. They don't need to Google anything. They are the internet. Their mind is connected to the internet. They can read a book. They don't even need to read a book. They can just know a book like that. Okay. And it's going to scare a lot of people, you know, and a lot of people, it's going to be just like this vaccination shit. It's going to be half people like, we're human. And it's going to be half people, we need to get off this planet and merge with technology and become way smarter beings to fucking figure shit out, you dumbasses. It's either going to be like, it's going to be split like that. Are you going to want to do that when you see a superhuman? And do you think society as a whole, when they see that one person become a god among men, be able to know every piece of knowledge that's ever been written in any fucking textbook, or any piece of knowledge ever written in any medical journal or history, anything, all that technology in one mind, no Googling? Do you think people are going to want to go to that?
Oh, fuck no. People are going to freak the fuck out. I mean, I think, I personally, me, if I see that shit and it works,
I'm going. I'm fucking
doing that shit.
I'm fucking side.
Hook me up, motherfucker. I want to fucking, no. Hey, man, if I can, well, actually, no, you can't. You still got to find a private place to watch some, like, porno, like, if you're connected to the internet.
No, you don't. Your mind is the internet.
Yeah,
you could
but
just
I'm not
close
gonna...
your eyes. You close your eyes and see the most fucked up shit that you want to see. You want to see some stepdad shit? Close your eyes. You want to see some fucking donkey fucking? Close your eyes. Whatever you want.
Fucking... No,
Yeah, but by that point, breeding and sexual shit, I don't think will be people will be too smart for that. And I don't mean to sound like that, but the reason sex feels good, the only reason sex feels good is to breed. It's us, it's in our just DNA to breed. So that's why evolution has made it to where, fuck, you come, it feels good. That's because it makes babies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like the most primal of urges is like that. So if you think about a super being, all intelligent, not wanting to, you know, maybe have a bunch of kids or whatever, I'm not knocking any, I'm just saying, like, you kind of get rid of that whole like
the ego
thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, well, now you're all knowledgeable and that type of shit doesn't turn you on. You're no longer this instinctually controlled being of like wanting to come. I just want to fucking come everywhere. That's what humans are. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. Women and men, it's just like, oh, I just want to come everywhere. Imagine, you know what I mean? Like, it's not gonna be like that. If you're like some like intellectual like fucking being, you're not gonna be like whacking your fucking pud. You know what I mean? You're gonna be like whacking off to thinking about like, how do we get to the moon? You know what I mean? It's gonna be like fantasies like that. You know what I mean?
I think at that, if it was like that, then men would make horrible decisions all the time because that's the first thing you got to do before you make any good decision or big decision. Buying a
What do you
well,
mean?
no, because that's right though, because that's usually the reason why people that's the reason why people make bad decisions is because of that. So that
Yes,
so if
usually.
that's gone, then yeah, they wouldn't have to crank one out before figure making a big decision. That's
Yeah,
hilarious, man. That's
it's
fucking
weird. But think about that as,
yeah.
a pleasure, obviously, right? But what else is a pleasure? Eating.
Yep.
Eating's a pleasure, and
Damn.
eating great food, that's going to be extinct
It's
too.
gonna be Soil Ain't Green and shit. We're just
Yeah,
gonna be eating.
you're not going to need to eat if you're half fucking computer. You don't even need to sleep anymore.
You just need sustenance
Yeah,
to
you
get you
just
through.
need some oil and you're fucking straight.
Yep.
I mean, not literally. I don't know what the fuck we're gonna use to lube our avatars in the future, but maybe like we'll fucking like be able to go back and we'll live till then, and then we'll like go back to this video and be like, "Damn, man, it's actually fucking Fago that we use to fucking
Yep.
lube our fucking." I don't know. I'm talking like we're all gonna be like Tin Men or something, but it's gonna probably be like, we're just gonna like look like us. You know what I mean? Like,
Fucking Tin Man. Oh shit! It kind of like you seen like Blade Runner. That's how I picture shit. You know, kind of
yeah,
like people with like little or like cyberpunk, like how they got the fucking little like metal things on the
yep.
side of their
I
head.
think, I think that, or like, I think Hunger Games. That's a great example of what crazy elitist like rich people might be like in the future, of just like wild, like just crazy makeup and
Oh,
you
it's
know
already kind of like there, man. You look at like the shit Kanye comes out with, like the stuff he has celebrities wearing, and look at the Met Gala, and that shit is straight out of Hunger Games.
yeah. I mean, yeah, shits like that kind of always existed in the weird elite
It's funny. There's
Illuminati eyes wide shut type of fucking rich party world. I don't
oh
know.
man, you want to hear some crazy shit about Hollywood? There's this dude I had on the show. You ever seen the movie The Stoned Age?
Yeah.
I had Hubs, Bradford Tatum from Stoned Age, the dude with the
Okay.
black hair. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
on, and he told me some shit that on my interview with him. He told me about some funny shit that happened in Hollywood. Uh,
Yeah.
yeah, he told me it's like he said he a lot of times he would have conversations with producers and casually like selling their soul to the devil was like a thing that got brought up or like said just like in regular conversations where it was like unwarranted and shit. And then
Really?
yeah, dude, he said some crazy shit about like
Now, do you trust his word on all that shit?
to be honest, he's so like deep in indie world and just really about the passion of making film that
Mhm.
I don't see he has any reason to like make that kind of shit up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm. It's not that I'm not believing it. I 100% fucking believe that shit. I'm just saying, I'm just asking. Like, you hear so much shit with Corey Feldman and all these people, and then they pull some bullshit.
Oh yeah, it's same
And
thing with like the UFO, the fucking the UFO community. It's like you'll get like this dude that's like, oh, I've seen all this shit. I have all this writes books and does all this shit, and he's making a fuck ton of money at the same time. Same thing with
yep,
churches, like they do
yep,
this shit and they're making a shit ton of money, and like that's the reason like I was tripping off of Bradford Tatum because I was like he has nothing to gain like by telling me this shit. That's why it
yeah,
was just really strange because he's like he's an author about like he writes book or he wrote a couple books and like his biggest one that he put out was just like a love letter to the early days of Universal horror films. So it's
uh,
like he's really just doing what he loves to do, and I was just
that's
like
cool.
it was bizarre like hearing that shit. But yeah, I totally feel you on that though. Like
That makes me. I mean, when I hear that shit, and yeah, obviously I've heard it for years. Um, it just makes you feel so grimy about like celebrities. it's like there needs to be some kind of whistleblowing when there's good people in the world at some point of like some crazy shit. You know what I mean? And I understand there has been, there's like mad proof out there of crazy shit. But man, what pieces of shit to be thrown that on a basis when you're first starting out of selling your soul to shit like this and then never talking about it. Like, what a fucking, I don't know, what a fucking piece of shit you got to
Yeah,
be
dude. It's
to
I
not talk about it too.
yeah.
The
I
Jack Blacks, the people that, you know what I mean, are high up in the Hollywood that's probably been approached by shit like this that have never said anything before.
Yeah. Well, like you look at Dave Chappelle, and he said like if you do speak out on that kind of shit, you get dismissed as by crazy, by the
Yeah,
industry. That's what they usually do. Like you look at Jim Carrey now, he
yeah,
was huge. He was on top of the world, and it's funny because Bradford Tatum brought him up when he was talking about it. He said he saw the moment that Jim Carrey got made. It was on the set of like Down Periscope or some shit, and he like took a phone call, and it was when he got the call for Ace Ventura, and he was just like just like shocked, like he knew it was it, and it's fucking crazy because it's like, these people, they they really they're really shitty for not fucking well you look at like, well, yeah, fuck, I got like a stone moment real quick, but yeah, Jim Carrey got dismissed as crazy. Like he started doing shitty movies. He started fucking around with like the anti-vaccine like before because of his chick that he was with, I believe. And then he like, got all into that. And then like now he just looks like a nut. And then he tries to explain shit, but like he sounds crazy to like people that don't get what he's trying to say.
yeah, he's very vague about what he lets out. I seen him even do some Illuminati shit, like right out in the open of like going on Jimmy Kimmel and fucking doing some fucking shit, doing some fucking crazy shit, making fun of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in his way, letting it out in kind of like, I know, yeah, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I feel like selling their soul is kind of just like selling out, like
Yeah.
that's pretty much it. It's like I have a running joke with one of my friends, and it's like if Birdman, and fuck, this is a fucked up joke. I don't know if I should tell this on the show. Fuck it, I'll tell it. We used to joke around when I made music for years, man. I used to make music for years, and I was trying to get signed for fucking years with hip hop. And we said we should send the music to Birdman, and I was like, nah, man, because Birdman's gonna make me his bitch, if I get the shit over to him, because him kissing Lil Wayne and like that, all that shit people say, like
Yeah.
he's. So yeah, I remember at one point it was a joke. I was like, fuck it, man, I'll take one for the team if it gets us all $1 million. Like, send
Yeah.
that shit to Birdman. And that's what I think selling your soul really is it's like you're pretty much going to be submissive to whatever the fuck these Hollywood fucks want you to do. You're going to like do a whole bunch of shit probably that they're going to hold over your head, and that's selling out, and that's why people don't speak on it. That's why people don't talk about this shit, and then it comes out years later after they're dead or something, and I think that's
Yeah.
like,
I
you
mean,
know
there's the threat of life, I feel like, too. I think with Epstein, we see this, and like some people really were afraid. And, it's, I don't know, it's a mix of a bunch of fucking crazy shit.
yeah.
But you're right. At some point, shit does come out, and, years down the road, Jim Carrey's like early Jim Carrey, like before he even got Ace Ventura, was practicing the secret shit, which I'm super into and love. And like, I love any of the law of attraction type of shit. I've been reading about it for a minute, but like, he was super into that shit. And I've actually heard an interview with him talking about it. And like, I don't know. he's a weird one. He let some weird shit out in interviews and stuff, and it comes off as a little bit crazy. But who was that one dude that made a fucking porn? What's that guy's fucking name? Guy who flies the plane into the UFO on Independence Day.
Uh, fucking.
Shitter's full.
Who are you talking about? Fuck. Hold on.
Uh,
Are you talking about Will Smith?
no,
No. Okay.
talking about the older white dude that's in Christmas Vacation and Independence Day. I guess I could Google it
Chevy
too.
Chase.
No,
I know who you're talking about. I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his fucking name.
he got banned in Hollywood. Let me Google this shit real quick.
Oh, he crashed it. Russell Cassie, right? That's his character in the movie. Wow, it doesn't
That's
even
his
say
name.
that's his name in the movie. It doesn't.
It doesn't even say his real name.
Yeah, it doesn't say.
That's
played
scary. That's fucking. I'm looking on it right now. If that's true, that is they really banned him.
Randy Quaid.
Randy Quaid.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was another one that they tried to make look insane. That was letting some shit out about some, some crazy Hollywood shit. I actually watched a fucking porno with him. He made a porno.
Damn.
He made a porno. It's him and his wife, which is like this biker chick, and she's just sucking his dick the whole time. But there's a dog barking in the background, like next to the mic the whole time. So it's like 2 hours of this chick like trying to like get him off. But that's what he does now, and that's what I've like watched now. I needed to watch that, but yeah, like he I don't know what his deal is. I don't know if he actually went crazy or if like I don't know. That guy seems wild.
Yeah, man. It's fucking it's bizarre. I think that the real things that people need to be afraid of, and this is what I say to anybody out there that is looking in at this shit and they don't understand the death matches or the death metal or like any of this shit. Any negative connotation that you have with any of this shit, or if you think it's evil or it's bad or fucking with people, that is all the result of a thing called the Satanic Panic that happened in the fucking like 80s and 90s, and that's all propaganda. That's all bullshit. I think that people this type of shit was created to further the church's agenda, to just really lock people in that were dedicated, and then to scam the fuck out of a shit ton of people, certain speakers in general. There was like literally one guy that created the Satanic Panic. I believe he was like this massive
Yeah, there was a
massive
doc.
pastor, and he did what's it called, he did fuck he did he used to do like concerts or whatever, like shows where he would do stand up. He'd start off with stand up and then he would end it talking about that satanic ritual abuse shit. And if anybody tells you, fuck, this is crazy, I shouldn't be going after these people saying anything like that. You know about the SRA scene?
No.
So there's, well, fuck, I probably, maybe I don't want to like hit a bee's nest or nothing like that by saying all this type of shit. But all I'm gonna say is don't be afraid of a lot of this shit. And in death metal, I want to say 90% of the time, unless there's, well, maybe not 90% of the time, but a majority of the time, the crazy shit you're seeing is tongue in cheek. Maybe there's some people that really do the shit that they're talking about, but that's
I don't want to listen to that shit.
Yeah.
Like, I straight the fuck up. I don't want to listen to that shit. If you're really like into, some shit, like, I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Like, thinking about people actually being into like what most death metal is about, like, it's so ridiculous. Like, hammer smashed face. Like you're just okay. Like, you just fucking sit there with a hammer smashing people's fucking face in. Like, it's very tongue in cheek. Come on. But like, as far as like the satanic shit, again, like, come on. I always found the satanic panic shit to be cooler. Like, I like, you know, I'm not going to sit here and say I worship fucking Satan or anything. I always found the scariness of Satan cool, the, you know, the satanic panic factor of like, this guy's bad. You know what I mean? Like, I've always found that part, you know, really fucking cool about it. And obviously being into Halloween, devils have always kind of you know, been in a bunch of decorations and die cuts and shit. So I've always kind of been into that shit. But yeah, come on.
Yeah.
It's fucking tongue in cheek. Come on. It's Hammer Smash Face or fucking death metal with the fucking graveyards and the fucking molds and the fucking coffins and the, you know, whatever the fucks you got going on. Come on.
Yeah,
What do you
it's all for fun. It's
It is
all
all for fun. You think these people are like going to a graveyard and like fucking a dead body and shit? Like, I feel like you have to be mentally sick to be like offended and like believe some of this stuff to be like real
and
and like people actually do this shit.
there is literally like biggest thing, like there are groups of people out there that really think that that's what's happening in Hollywood, that people are literally doing black masses and this kind of shit, and like they really believe that, and this drives their fear to fucking like it. And you're right, yeah, I think it is a mental health issue that people need to like get taken care of. The reality of it, there is terrifying shit happening probably behind closed doors. There's a
Oh
bunch of
yeah.
fucked up shit. It's probably worse than a fucking, you know,
Oh
motherfuckers drinking blood or doing some shit. There's probably
yeah.
some worse shit than that, but just know it's not fucking the same type of shit that you're seeing on these. Well, maybe you're seeing some of the shit off of Cannibal Corpse album cover going on.
I don't know
Nah,
if we're
maybe not
seeing
like that.
I don't know if we're seeing ghouls ripping babies in half
Yeah, I
and
know. No,
ripping
no
babies
ghouls.
out of fucking bellies and shit, but
Ugh.
uh maybe that'd be dope if
Yeah.
there is a multiverse and other dimensions. I would like to take a peek in the Cannibal Corpse one of just like a quick glimpse. I'm assuming it would kind of be like the end of Burning Moon or something, but I wouldn't want to stay too long. But yeah,
Like
come on.
interdimensional. You seen that on Rick and Morty? The interdimensional TV.
No, my girlfriend gets into that show. I've never uh I've watched it, but I haven't watched it as far as like episode. I don't know like
Okay.
episodes and
Yeah.
shit yet.
One episode they get a cable box where it shows them, you know, TV from different dimensions. So that's where you'd
Okay.
see that Cannibal Corpse at.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I always thought this the panicky trying to scare you thing was cool. You know, a lot of people don't think of Black Sabbath as a Christian band, but they, you know, they were a total Christian band, and the evil lyrics that they sang about were warning you of evil instead of evil. They didn't say, you know, I worship Satan. They said, don't worship Satan. He does fucked up shit. You know, they were warning you.
Yeah.
And I've always found that part of, you know, the devil worship or whatever, like just this, the part that's not even scary about it. I've always found that part cool. Like just the asshole church people that try to like tell you that this album is, you know, bad. You look, it's hilarious when all that satanic panic shit was happening because you look at these concerts at these churches like, you know, picketed and shit and protested out, and like there's like, you know, the famous Jackson, Michigan video. We used the intro for Fiends of Old on Acid Witch, but you know, the church picketing outside. We don't want to see these kids go to hell. This is bad music. I mean, Highway to Hell, you know, I don't want to go there. I don't want to see any of these kids go there. Just talking about music and thinking of music like that is like, that's cool. I mean, you have someone picketing outside of your venue, and then you have news there because of that. Like that's sick to me. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's fucking dope that it's that scary to fucking people. Nothing's like that really anymore, I guess. But you know, back in those days, church groups actually picketed a metal festival that just had some bands. And then you see these people, these kids going to the show, and they're in like gray, nasty sweatpants with like white tennis shoes and flannels on. And they just look like the, like, you know, scrubbiest, like, fucking dudes that couldn't harm a fly. Like, absolutely no Satan or like evil. They just look like some fucking, like, you know, just some scrubby fucking kids. It's like, what the fuck are these kids gonna do to anybody? You know, they just want to go and drink beer and headbang,
Yep.
which is the same thing some white people want to do, going to a Dave Matthews concert, drinking beer and fucking jamming out to some fucking
Yep. And
folky
they don't
music.
pick at
Or
that shit.
yeah, it's the same fucking thing, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like,
I
I
was
don't.
dying. I was at what's it called? I was in Vegas because I had a really strong Christian upbringing. Like, you know, when I was raised in shit, like I
Hmm,
was terrified of fucking black metal for years. I wouldn't even touch it. I wouldn't listen to it because,
okay.
yeah. So it was funny because I remember like seeing those people. I went, Devil Wears Prada. They were a Christian metalcore band and they were headlining Warp Tour. And there was a band, there was a group of like church people or some shit, and they were out there
Hmm,
fucking like you know, doing all that shit, like, you know, picketing and talking shit. You're all going to hell. And I remember I
yeah.
was like, I went up and I was like, you know, it's a Christian band headlining this fucking thing, right? Like they're and they were like, why are they in there? And I was like, because they're trying to save the people that are in there. And they were
Yeah.
like, whoa, like they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and then they're just like double down on what they're saying, and I'm just like, yeah, you guys look like assholes. And then I got a little bit older and I started like thinking for myself about shit and like realizing like, man, like why am I so afraid of shit? And I remember going to Vegas and like seeing some evangelical guy just standing there on the corner, like saying you're all going to hell, like for being in Vegas. And I
Yeah.
was just like, man, like you're making God look like an asshole right now. Like, what are you gonna do? Guilt trip somebody on this trip? They're gonna change their fucking life. Oh shit, I'm on vacation. Like you're
Yeah.
gonna be
And
on vacation and like
you're drunk. And if you're on vacation in fucking Vegas, you're wasted and you're looking for fucking something crazy to do. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a normal ass old white lady. You're going to be going to Vegas and probably getting into a little bit of trouble for what you're used to doing,
yeah.
right?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I every time I fucking go, fuck Vegas is another thing. Like every time I get a crazy ass story. Last time I was in Vegas, I'll tell you a good one. Fucking we were just there and my boy fucking we went to Sapphire strip club. We
Mm,
go into the strip club as they open. It was like 6 o'clock. And then fucking we're chilling. There are only a couple dancers out. We both, you know, do the VIP thing, get a couple dances. We're just throwing fucking money. Like he handed me a stack of just $1 bills. I think it was like 200 bucks or some shit, and he was just like, "Here, just throw this shit." I was like, "All right." So we're in there, we're
damn.
having a good time, and then fucking I come out of the VIP after like, you know, being in there, and he's sitting there talking to this chick. So we're there for like 6 fucking hours with this chick just sitting at this table talking. They hella hit it off. This guy is drinking. They're drinking round after round after round. She's making sure we're getting everything at a good price. Like it was crazy. He totally like she was really cool. She was super
Yeah.
cool and but he got super drunk and she was like, "Look, hey, I know it's been like 6 hours. You know, I got to get to work right now." She's like, "I got to fucking, you know, go do something. So how about this? I'll like hook him up or whatever and I'll find another girl or whatever and then we can like, you know, go to the back or do some shit if you want to keep hanging out with me." But my manager's looking and is like, "Yo, you got to do some shit." And he was like at the point where he was like, "Fuck this shit. Fucking you just want my money." And I was like, "No, dude, it's not like that. Like she's hella cool. You got her number. You said you're going to meet
Oh
up with her
man.
tomorrow. It was all good." And then fucking I was trying to save the situation. I was like, "Hey, look, we're gonna leave right now. Is it cool if he gets you breakfast tomorrow or some shit?" And she's like, "No, like I'm working tomorrow. I'm probably gonna be sleeping in." So I was like, "Fuck." So we leave, stormed out of the place, hop in the Uber, take off, get back to the hotel room, drink more. We're fucking done. And we go down to buy water, and he pulls his wallet out and realizes he has no ID and no credit card. And I said, "Dude, you left your shit back there." So then we had to go back to the place we stormed out of, fucking on a
Damn.
mission, and then
That's
fucking,
always the worst.
yeah,
Going back.
it's the worst. And then, yeah, dude, we're drunk as hell. I'm like ready to turn in at this point because I'm always like of sound mind when I'm like out partying and shit. But
Yeah.
yeah, he was like, "Do you want to walk over to the other side of the strip to get some chicken right now?" And I was like, "Fuck, it's about to take." We're doing a 3 a.m. mission at this point, and that's how Vegas
Yeah.
is. You're up till 6 a.m. just walking
Oh
around,
yeah.
looking for shit to get into. Fucking, oh
Chasing
my
Julio around, that's what we did last time we were in Vegas. We were chasing Coolio.
god. You seen him out there?
Yeah, we played Psycho Vegas and fucking 4 in the morning. Yeah, Shagrat just we're walking down the fucking hallway and we walk by and he's like, "Yo, that shit was Coolio." I'm like, "That was not Coolio. That dude had like two little things and he was old as fuck." I was like, "That was not Coolio." And he just looked at us and he was like, "That was fucking Coolio." And we're like, so it's like we're walking back to go to sleep. It's like 6 in the morning. And yeah, we started following Coolio around. He was like trying to lose us and shit. And we are just like following Coolio around trying to like see if it was, actually him and get close to him. But I think he knew that we were like,
He thought y'all were on his head,
he knew we were like following him, so he like was running.
trying
He
to
was
duck
like,
you guys.
yeah, he
He's
was like running around trying to duck us and shit. And then we saw fucking like a house whatever cleaning person and was like, "Hey, I got a weird question for you." "Oh yeah, what? Do you ever see Coolio here?" "Yep, that was Coolio." "Oh, okay." We didn't catch him. He fucking dipped. He fucking dipped, man. But yeah, we just wanted to say what up, you know. Maybe get a picture with fucking, you know. I did walk up to the Goo Goo Dolls at an airport one time and got a picture with them.
That's
They
fucking dope.
Goo Goo Dolls were actually pretty fucking dope. Really fucking cool people.
Airports are like it's you gotta like always play the situation too, because it's the place where everybody sees
Everybody
somebody. But then you're
goes.
like, fuck, how tired are they? Is it cool? All right, I'm gonna go
Yep.
for it. Like I
I
seen
mean, you're in California, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You see everybody.
Yeah, dude. Wrestlers, fucking who was it? My boy took a piss next to Jaws back in the
Damn.
day from fucking Goldeneye, I think. No, Moonraker.
Okay.
Yeah, the actor that played him, he fucking seen him. He saw Shia LaBeouf. Fucking
Yeah.
yeah, I seen what's it called? Or no, he saw Dark Sheik. This was one wrestler uh that we actually Dark Sheik's the founder of Hood Slam and shit. So he saw her at the
Uh
airport and I was like, he messaged me, I just seen Sheik. And I was like, "You say what's up?" And he was like, "Nah, Sheik looked tired." I was like, "Probably a good call because wrestlers are constantly traveling, like all the
yep.
fucking time."
Yep. Ah, I don't know if I'd be able to control myself if I saw, I'm cool with people. I understand they're people, they got bad days and are doing shit too. But man, if I ever saw someone like fucking Steve Austin, The Rock, or The Undertaker, I don't give a fuck if you're tired. But those are also the people that are probably just all being swarmed.
Yeah.
You know, the Goo Goo Dolls, nobody knew who they were. And after we got a picture with them, motherfuckers were walking up to us after wanting a picture, asking us who's that group. We were just like, "Yo, fuck you. We're not gonna fucking tell you who that is." You don't even know and you want to get a picture of them. Goo Goo just, they don't want to be bothered.
Yeah.
Get the fuck along, you fucking dumbass. Don't know who the Goo Goo Dolls are. Don't know what the Goo Goo Dolls look like. Get out of here, motherfuckers at the airport.
I seen the Goo Goo Dolls one time actually. Now that I think about it, I
I'm a
fucking
Goo Goo guy. I
yeah.
like the Goo Goo Dolls. I don't give a fuck. Yeah, they got more. I went up to fucking the singer Johnny, getting a picture with him, and I don't know why I opened up my stupid mouth because he looked annoyed, and then like I said something dumb to him, but I was like, hey, you know, you guys got more songs in a Nightmare on Elm Street movie than Dokken and Hold the Record. And he just looked at me like I was crazy. But I've always thought that was a cool fact. And you know, and Freddy's dead, but he just looked at me like, yeah, cool. Fucking plastic surgery ass looking motherfucker.
I one time I met there's this band Chiodos that was like big on the Warp Tour scene, and I was really into them at that time during the scene. And I met them, and it was so funny because I started talking to these chicks like when we were in line. So I ended up like our group merged with this group of chicks like after we were talking, and we all went up together when we went up to Chiodos. They didn't give a fuck about talking to me or my friend. They just wanted to talk to these chicks we were talking to. And then
Mm-hmm.
there was this fucking the bass player. I thought he was the guitarist for some reason, and I was in a band at the time, and I was like, dude, what do your dials look like? Like, how do you dial in your tone? And he said, oh man, turn down the treble, turn down the gain, turn everything all the way down, turn the bass all the way up, and then turn the volume to max. That's all you need. And I was like, right on, I'll try that. And then like I tried it and it sounded like shit. And then I like looked him up on the internet and I was like, oh, that was a fucking bass player. Like, what a dick.
Oh man, that's fucking funny.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Well, there's a Kevin Nash story that's pretty fucking funny.
Oh no way.
Yeah.
My boy just told me a couple weeks ago on this show. I had KP on. He said he got curbed by Kevin Nash one time. They like said I think they took like a joint from him and they walked away. Kevin Nash walked away. He like hit his joint. They were kicking it with X Pac, and then
Okay.
yeah, and then Kevin Nash like walked up and then was like, "Oh yeah," and then like took their joint and just walked away. Like wasn't trying to hang out with them. What's your
Damn.
Kevin Nash story?
Well, first I met him when I was younger and he seemed huge, but then I met him as an adult and he was still fucking huge. Like I was like literally just like, dude. But me and my boy are at a convention and he was, you know, a guest there signing autographs or whatever. And you know, usually at conventions it's a big party after the convention hall closes. Everyone's partying in the hotel, blah 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 blah. Well, there are these two hot ass fucking chicks that, you know, kind of talking to. They look all rockabilly, punked out and shit, you know, like super fucking cool, like dressed cool, super pretty, talking to them and shit. Kevin Nash comes over and we're outside, like, you know, smoking or something. We're trying to like hang out, you know. Kevin Nash fucking walks over. Hey, you girls, what are you girls doing? And just starts like macking on him like right away. I don't know if Kevin Nash has like a wife or I don't even know. I'm sure he fucks a bunch of chicks on the road or whatever. I don't know. But long story short, time goes on. He's talking. He starts talking to other people. We're going back up to we're, you know, kind of on the elevator going back up with him to a hotel room, and Kevin Nash just walks right the fuck up, looks down at their feet, and go, nice shoes, ladies." And they go, "Thanks." He goes, "They look better off and in my hotel." And they just went with him.
Oh, that sucks. That sucks, dude. I'd be like, fuck you, Kevin Nash.
Fucking Kevin Nash with
Fuck.
two,
That sucks.
probably had a threesome or something. I don't even know.
Fucking big sexy. Yeah.
Yep.
Holy
Fucking A,
shit.
man.
Dude, I'd be
Yeah.
so pissed. But I guess, I don't know. How'd you
I mean,
feel
I get
about that?
it.
It's Kevin
I get
Nash.
it.
It's Kevin
It's
Nash.
Kevin Nash.
What are you
Yeah,
gonna
come
do?
on.
Like, that's
I can't
funny.
do I
That's
can't do shit.
you can
Yeah.
tell you got that story like out of it, which is fucking hilarious. Like Kevin Nash just said that.
Yeah. I mean,
He's crazy. Oh
yeah,
my
I've done a
god.
couple conventions where I've sold shit and sat next to people like Rhino. I don't know if you're familiar with like
Yeah.
Rhino and shit. Yeah. Fucking crazy. That guy ate in front of me like 20, and I'm not even playing, of those candy bar things, those like protein candy bar things.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever had one of those. They're really hard to like get through.
Yeah.
Like even if you have a small little protein bar and it's like the crazy chocolate ones, it's not like eating a candy bar. It's like you're like kind of working your teeth, your jaws, you're like working that thing. I saw him eat like 20 of them, and they
Jesus.
were like that fucking big,
Yeah.
just munching on those things. Yeah.
That's fucking
Um,
nuts, man.
yeah. I
Uh
don't know why that's cool to me.
yeah. Well, it's funny because there's a Jack who I had on here. He just trained Francis Ngannou, who just retained his title this last weekend. He's been training him wrestling, but he's a heavyweight wrestler. And he's a big dude. And I messaged him and like a couple weeks ago because I'm going to Vegas next month, and I was like, hey man, like he lives in Vegas. I was like, yo, when I head out there, you trying to grab some lunch? You know, we'll get burritos at this spot because he was telling me about this restaurant out there, and I was kind of wondering. I'm like, man, if everything works out and we do end up eating, what is this guy gonna get? Because he's a big dude. I'm like, is he
Yeah.
about to knock out like 2-3 burritos or some shit? You
Yeah.
know, like fuck.
Like a football player, fucking just, yeah.
Yeah, man. Like that's something I noticed. Yeah. Oh yeah. You see football players like in person, dude. They're fucking huge.
And they eat a lot. I've sat next to a football player that was eating before, and I was completely blown away by the amount of food that he put inside of him. I was like laughing, like this is a joke. There's no way this guy could eat this much, but he did.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy, man. Like, uh, I can't. I mean, maybe if I'm wasted, you know, I'm like, I don't drink anymore, but like, I used to be able to polish off like a whole pizza if I was fucked up, you know.
Oh yeah, I guess I still can.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
But yeah, man. I forgot to ask, how much time do you have? I know it is probably getting late over there right
Yeah,
now.
it's 120.
Oh shit.
We've
Well,
been going for a fucking minute, but hey, I mean, I don't give a fuck.
right on.
This is cool. It's not like a typical interview. It's just kind of like talking. You know what I mean? Like I'm used to really quick. Bo 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 bo.
Oh yeah, I hate that kind of shit. I like, you
Yeah,
know, I really want people to just like see how people are, and then having cool conversations with people about shit. You know, finding shit that you never thought. Me and last week I had Hoodfoot on. He's like a deathmatch wrestler, really big in the scene right now. We talked about couches for like fucking 30 minutes about like, you know, how like how comfortable different couches are when you're sleeping on them and shit. Like, or like
yeah,
how love seats suck, and like we're just talking about all
yeah.
sorts of
Love
like,
seats do suck.
yeah, fuck that.
I completely agree. Fuck a love seat unless there's a chase on
A chase.
a chase lounge. Unless the feet
Oh
part
yeah,
extends out a little bit,
yeah.
then I can fuck with a love seat and chill on it. But
That's what it's called, is when you pop the button and the feet come out. It's called a
no,
chase.
that's called a
A
recliner.
recline.
A chase is the cushion, that extender that comes off the end of the couch that you sit like an L, you know?
Okay. Yeah, yeah.
Like it extends. It's almost like having an ottoman in front of the couch, but it's a part of the couch.
Oh, so it's like, okay.
Yeah.
Fuck. That they make love
Yeah.
seats like that?
Yeah, they make love seats with the chase. You just gotta get the chase, and then a love seat's pretty fucking cool.
I gotta tell
But
Hoodfoot about this.
yeah, I mean, the chase is cool. I don't know if you could lay down on the chase per se and take a nap, but you could definitely chill a lot harder on it than you could a normal fucking love seat. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I love couches too. I'm big on like I like couches. I
Yeah,
don't
man.
know.
I'm
There's
like, I haven't been on a couch in so fucking long, like, cause I literally just have a massive bed. That's like
yeah.
my piece of furniture, and then chairs, just all sorts of fucking chairs. But I got the reclining chair, So
Hell yeah.
that's the shit. It got me in trouble a lot when I used to work in the office, because I'd always be falling asleep and shit. Like
Hell
when I'd be
yeah.
like hungover or whatever, I'd like just lay back on my break and pass out, and then they come over like, "What the fuck are you doing?" And I'm like, "I'm on break."
Yeah.
But yeah, man, fucking a. So,
Yeah.
what is your next thing that you're doing with Acid Witch, Slasher Dave, or this new unnamed project? Like, what is? Do you have any upcoming releases?
I have a shit ton. Um, I don't know like the time period and when some of the stuff is coming out, but yeah, new Slasher Dave this year. I should have an album done by if not an album, an EP by 420. Um, of course, all the Halloween shit. Uh, Acid Witch is working on a new one too. So this Halloween, finally, maybe you get a new Acid Witch. I'm not rushing it though. I'm not. Nothing's like nothing's 100% with that, but maybe a new Acid Witch. But yeah, right now I'm just kind of focusing on a bunch of Acid Witch and a bunch of Halloween shit and books. I'm finishing up my book, and that's been a huge thing the last month that I've been working on is finishing up this fucking crazy ass book. I don't know if you were live seeing any bit of the pages I was showing in it or anything,
No, I
but
haven't.
the book is fucking crazy. It's a zine. It's laid out like a zine, but it's a pro press paperback book.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be fucking insane with like Halloween shit, crazy articles, interviews, pencil games because each issue is gonna come with a pencil, and I actually hand drew fucking games that you will use this pencil to finish drawings, do crossword puzzles, every old school like coloring book activity shit that we had when we were a kid. Basically, it's like I wrote an article on whatever I'm writing about. And then at the end of the article, it's laid out like a zine or like a magazine. At the end of the article, you kind of have to take that knowledge that you just read to complete this game or drawing or puzzle or something. So you actually need to read it and then do it or draw whatever I'm telling you to draw. But yeah, if you're into Halloween shit, that book is going to have some crazy old school Halloween shit that I think don't ever get shown or talk about a lot. I'm not focusing on anything like really popular, like bicycle decorations or anything. I'm going with like the cheapest, unbranded, made in China, no logo on the fucking package, Halloween garbage. The sickest, cheapest shit will be in the book. But when you see the pages, like I was saying earlier about me being a graphic designer, I'm not much of a writer either. Just like I'm not much of a crazy musician. It all kind of goes hand in hand. I figure shit out and I do it, but the book is highly designed to just be fun to look at and not read. If
Yeah.
you don't know how to read,
You're gonna
you'll
like it.
still have fun looking at the book because of the images and every dope page and how it's designed with the images, the text, the hand drawings. It's unlike anything I've ever seen printed before. So it should be dope. And I'm very fucking excited about that. But that's going to be a main focus that you'll see in my shit come summertime. And I'm wrapping it up and getting them pressed and all that. And a book and a couple other books that I have. One being a coffee table book that is like super pro press, coffee table, hardcover. Um, that is just going to be fucking insane. I've done music for so many years now. I need to do some books.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, the books that I'm going to do are really crazy and not like anything that you've ever seen before. They're like interactive and shit. Like, it'll be fucking cool. And you'll get to learn some dope shit. And I'm not here to school you on anything that you like read in the book. So if you do like something that you know, read about in the book, I kind of leave it up to you to like, I showed you it, but it's up to you to like research it, get into it. I'm not like going into super crazy detail about anything. If you like what you fucking see, do your own research and read about it. You know what I mean? I'm not here to like school you on shit like that, but I am here to show you things that you've never probably seen before that you might really like if you're into horror movies, Halloween, and just a bunch of spooky shit in general. You'll probably see a bunch of shit you've never seen before that will be in it. So,
Hell yeah.
yeah, I've got that shit. I've got this crazy collection of shit that I've collected since I've been a fucking kid, and I want to print some of this stuff because, you know, years go by now. Some of this stuff, Halloween shit I own is from the 30s, 20s, pushing it. That's 100. You know, that's 100 years old. The older we get and the more time goes on, the harder it is to own and see images of some of this stuff getting destroyed in floods, getting destroyed in fires, being lost with people that don't give a fuck about it,
Yeah.
sold in garage sales and thrown away in the garbage. Who the fuck knows? Guess who has a shit ton of it?
Yeah.
Like, I need to show, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you
Like,
got to share
fuck
that
it,
with
I'll
the
make some
world.
fucking books and show some people some of this shit that there's no books of. No books like this exist
Yeah.
that I'm talking about that I'm doing. So, you know, I've always been a nichey type of guy as far as like I have found my fucking niche. I am Slasher Dave and I make fucking Halloween music. That's what I fucking do. I make a living off of Halloween music with Acid Witch and with Slasher Dave Project. Like, straight the fuck up. This is what I'm here to do. So, the only reason I do Halloween music is because I've been into this shit for since I've been a kid, watching all the TV specials, collecting the Spooky Sounds cassette tapes, you know, like all this shit. And it's getting harder and harder to find now. And I have stuff that has never been in print in like books and shit. So fuck it. I'm going to write about it and I'm going to show some extremely high res, beautifully shot, crispy, pristine, sealed photos of a bunch of my collection. So I don't know. I think that shit's dope. I think it'll be sick. I'm super excited for the next coming years with the books. But a ton of dope music is coming too. I'm always, you know, if you follow my Instagram, my social media, you'll see. I there's there's always a bunch of shit, and I'm the total type of musician that if you watch me make this music live on Instagram at some point or anything, you might see me finish a song in a night and fucking release it the next day on Bandcamp. Like, I'll pull an all-nighter, do the artwork, bam, and just, no promotion, no anything, just like I fly by the seat of my fucking pants. I don't give a fuck. If I get a song done and I want it to be a single, I don't know. Random music happens so much with me
Oh
that
yeah.
you're going to get a bunch of shit that I don't even know about right now. I haven't even done or thought about yet, but it will come out within the next 2 months, probably. I don't even know it yet, though. That's what I'm saying about just getting up, working on music, A lot of the times it's awful, and it's me, you know, getting the whack out, just letting those shitty beats out. You got to get them out before you get to that good song, you know. It's just fucking with shit, experimenting, and I never know really what I'm doing or what I'm gonna fucking release. But there's a bunch of shit coming out come Halloween time.
Yeah, and watching you make the music is a really fun thing to tune into. Like I get stoked when I see you go live, and you know I'm
Thanks, man.
sitting. I happen to be looking at my phone. I'm like, yo, what's Slasher Dave up to? You know, it's a really the way you engage your audience too is like the perfect balance of all right, you're getting shit done, but you're still talking to people in the
Yeah,
comments. You know, and I think that it's something that you know anybody watching this would appreciate. If you see down there on the bottom right hand side, I have Slasher Dave's Instagram. Give him a follow over there, everybody watching, and then definitely tune into his lives and see this process. That shit is fucking great, man. I think
thank you.
I it's rare. Like it's funny because like uh Metro Boomin used to do that shit. There used to be like some producers, like hip hop producers that would do it. And
Mm-hmm.
then you did it during I think it was before Jack O' Lantern Murders dropped.
Yeah.
You were like playing that on there like, "Oh, check this shit out." And like that was my it was funny when you were talking about the spike earlier too cuz during Halloween night I drove out to grab a fucking pizza and I went to go do some shit. I had to go to like grocery store or some shit. I remember getting in the car, first thing I put on was Jack O' Lantern Murders
Hell
and
yeah.
started from the top and just worked my way down. And I showed my wife. I was like, "Hey, check out this is you remember that guy you always hear talking on the thing?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "This is his Halloween music that he made." And she was like, "Oh shit, this sounds like it's out of a movie." You know, I think one thing that I would love to see you know, and I hate suggesting things because I hate it as an artist when people suggest that I do shit. But
Yeah.
something I would love
I
to
know. I already
see.
know what you're gonna say.
Oh, you are.
You
Yeah,
want to see
you're.
my hands?
I want what?
You want to see my hands?
What?
No.
No. What?
Okay. I've had tons of people tell me that live. I want to see you play the keyboard.
Oh, the hands on the keyboard.
Yeah.
Oh no, I was gonna say I want to see you in a. I want to see you in a movie. Fucking
Oh,
your music in a movie. Like do a soundtrack for a film.
I'm in talks with a couple uh actual like big things right now. So hopefully you will see that. You know, I've done movies.
Yeah.
You know, I've done little shit in movies. I did the Chubbies score for a movie, trauma movie called Chubbies, but that again, it's like that was my friend's movie. I wasn't getting paid, and it was a really quick like, yeah, I'll do this as a favor type of thing. So I'm not the proudest of, you know what I mean, the way that came out production wise or anything. But I think within the next year or two, what you will see of my music in that type of shit will actually become a reality and be super fucking sick for, you know, who I'm talking to right now. If it happens, it's
That would be badass, man. I'd
yeah,
have to watch the film. Like it doesn't even matter what the film is. Like it just knowing that you did a score for it, it it would probably affect the way I see that movie cuz I'm like, "Oh shit, Slasher Dave made this shit." You know?
yeah. I mean, I yeah, I feel like a lot of my fans would, you know, Acid Witch fans or Slasher Dave fans would all just kind of fucking be like, damn, like a whole fucking movie, you know, like but I think I get close with my albums and I have fun doing the albums and making a fake movie up in my head with the album covers.
Yes.
And if I already had something like a movie that I was doing with stuff like that, yeah, of course I want to do that and that'd be fun. But it's almost funner for me just to like, you know, make up my own like song names and scenes as loosely as I can go, you know, with concepts with a album about, you know, a masked killer like the Jack O' Lantern murders. But
Exorcisms was one I really liked too. Like
the most
cuz
slept on.
I thought it was a trip because I was like exorcisms. Okay, I expected it to be like like the Exorcist like type music. You told a fucking story through
Yeah,
this, and I was like, oh shit, I could see like this going from different places. Like that was yeah, definitely like I didn't even know it was slept on. I thought that was like one of my
that's
favorite
the most. Yeah, that's the
projects.
most. That's the most slept on of the Slasher Dave stuff. Like that's like people don't. I think because the album cover isn't all crazy like my other ones are.
Yeah,
I think that it just doesn't catch eyes. But if people listened to that album, that's a lot of my fans like favorite shit. It's the weirdest one.
yeah,
It's all like 70s occult music. I have
exactly.
a live singer singing la's on it, going la la, like it sounds like Rosemary's Baby soundtrack, like 70s devil occult shit. Like, but I think because the artwork is so minimal and simple, it's the most slept on for that
Yeah.
reason.
That
I don't
was
know.
that was like the creepiest to me. It was
I
like
know.
it's
I agree.
ominous. I look
Yeah.
at it, I was like, oh shit, exorcisms, whoa. Cause like
Yeah.
when I think about like scary scores, I think about, the Exorcist and,
Yeah.
and, and
Tubular Bells and Rosemary's Baby. And yeah.
yeah, man. Lord, what'd you think about? So I actually got to wrap this up, but I have one last question. Um, what did you think about Lords of Salem after, all these other films? Like, or what do you think
What
about
do you mean
Rob
after all
Zombie?
these other
Like,
films?
I feel like, I don't know, it felt, or just about Rob Zombie in general, like with his films.
I have
Like,
a weird opinion on Rob Zombie and his movies
yeah,
compared to what I would say most horror fans and metal community, if that's what you're asking me.
yeah,
Just you're just saying in general his movies and particularly Lords of Salem.
uh,
I hated I
yeah,
hated Lords of Salem when I first saw it in the theater. I didn't get it. And then like most people, I think it started to creep on me and I wanted to watch it again for its just kind of sheer absurdness and you know weirdness of it. But movie wise, I'm not the biggest fan of it. I'm the weird one that hates the Devil's Rejects,
I
and I
didn't like that.
love House of a Thousand Corpses. I love House of a Thousand Corpses. I think it's not only his best movie, but in general, as far as new modern horror movies go, that is up there in my top five of the last since the 90s. 100% since the 90s. And most people hate that movie, and all my friends hate it. I always get ripped on for liking House, but I went and saw that movie like 20 times in the theater. Like
Damn.
I love House of a Thousand Corpses. It's out there, it's colorful, it's Halloweened out, it's magical, it's got this, I don't know, this nostalgic, cool Halloween cheap quality to it with them cutting the body parts up at the beginning on the lo-fi shot on video cameras, and it's just, I don't know, I just find it super colorful. And if there was any movie that Rob Zombie, knowing him from White Zombie and Rob Zombie, if there was ever a Rob Zombie movie, I think House of a Thousand Corpses is the closest to what you're gonna get. And what even more now with the Monsters remake that he's doing,
Yeah.
that's going to be the best Rob Zombie movie you've ever seen.
You think so?
I'm just saying that because I think out of everything that man's a fan of, Mr. Bobby Dead Guy is what we like to call him in Acid Witch. Um, Out of any Bobby Dead Guy movie, I definitely think that him being a fan of something, he's the biggest fan of the Monsters. And if he's watched that shit since he's been like 5, and has been the biggest fan of it since he's been a kid, I think that's the one movie that he'll like
Yeah.
nail out of the ballpark just because it's going to be a family movie. They can't take the franchise out of it. It still needs to be a comedy. Like when you get down to it. And I think he understands the monsters and the comedic tongue and cheekness of it more than he understands horror movies.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
No, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, because I feel
Okay.
like like I'm not the biggest Rob Zombie fan. Um, I loved House of a Thousand Corpses. You know, much like you, that it's so fucking quotable. Like just me and my friends like say shit from that movie all the time. I remember when it came out, it was so fucked up. It was that movie that
Yeah.
everybody would get hella high, and then we just put that shit on and trip out on it. Like it's that movie you
Yep.
wake up at 2 a.m. and it's on, and you gotta watch it. You know, like just all
Yep.
the fucking the crazy shit in that film, like Fish Boy, and like it was just
Yep.
great. I loved it,
I
you know,
know.
as a kid,
Yeah.
and yeah, I think that movie was great. But after that, I didn't like Devil's Rejects at all. It felt unnecessary in that universe, especially the new sequel that they made. That one
Oh
felt
yeah.
even more
Oh
further
God.
from. It was like just kill these
Ugh.
characters off or like do something different. And then Lords of Salem, my reaction to Lords of Salem was it was just not. It didn't make sense to me. The coolest part was like that sequence at the end. It was like, all right,
Yeah.
you know, but like,
It's not a movie that's supposed to make sense, I don't think, though.
yeah, it's just like I mean, it just was like what the fuck? Like how do you go from making one of the best films, like, you know, one of the best horror films to fucking remaking Halloween and like kind of like
I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Butchering Halloween
he
and just butchering it worse than Michael Myers would. Just taking
he's
it to the ground.
he said what's it called too a long time ago cuz they're talking about like remakes. He said he would never do remakes because he wouldn't do remakes because like it's you know if a film is so great it shouldn't have to be remade. He said something like that, you know,
Yeah.
along those lines. And then for the money he fucking yeah went and did it, did one, did two, which was like what the fuck, why are you making a sequel to that? And then you know I can't remember what the other shit he did was. I think that might have been it, but yeah, it's just like it's I think he did one other film that was like straight to DVD. And
You want to hear a Slasher Dave prediction?
huh
Halloween 3.
you think Halloween 3?
I think that we will see a remake of it within the next 2 or 3 years.
Wait, so you think we're gonna see a Season of the Witch remake? Who's gonna do it?
Blumhouse. I don't fucking
Yeah.
know.
Fucking
Someone's gonna do it. Mark my
A24.
words. Yeah, I mean, mark my fucking words. Someone is gonna remake Halloween 3. Mark
Yeah.
my words. We'll have it documented. I guarantee, like it's just blown up so much within the last couple of years that it'll get remade. I know.
I know.
They sell too much merchandise for them not to remake it.
Yeah, I remember buying that from it was at a Walgreens pharmacy. They had it on like fucking sale for $5 when I was like a kid.
Yeah, people used to hate that movie.
I bought it and said, "What the fuck did I just watch?" But it was like, you know what I mean? Because I bought it like, oh, cool, Halloween, you know, and I
Yeah,
just
Michael
got into the
Myers.
franchise. I was like, what the fuck was this, man? The bugs coming out of the eyes. It was, I mean, it's cool. It's a cool movie, but like, yeah, that's a strange thing that you're right though. People are talking about that shit and that aesthetic.
The masks now, the merchandise, the everything, that the toys, they got everything Halloween 3. Mark my words, it's gonna get fucking remade and ruined and just like everything. But I don't look at, I try not to look at shit as like ruining it. I argue with people real quick before we get off about the Nightmare on Elm Street remake.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell everybody that is super obsessed with horror shit and has been, forever, to rewatch it and just rewatch it and think this. The dope shit about that movie is what's his name that played Freddy? The guy that played Watchmen.
Fuck, I don't remember his
All
name.
right. Anyway, the new guy that played Freddy. Um, yeah, he sucked as Burnt Freddy. You can't replace Robert Englund as Freddy. You know what I mean? burnt Freddy that calls people bitches, you can't replace Robert Englund Freddy. But if you watch the Nightmare on Elm Street remake and just watch it for the pre-burnt Freddy, before the parents torch him and he gets burned, that movie is sick. And if they fucking would have not burned Freddy in the remake of Nightmare on Elm Street, made it to where that creepy guy, I forget his name, played Freddy without being burnt and was just Freddy Krueger the human, not Dream Demon Freddy, make the whole movie him being creepy with kids. End of the movie's him at the trial, no evidence. He gets out, parents come after him. End of the movie are them throwing the Molotov cocktails in, him lights on fire, and you don't even need Freddy Krueger burnt Demon Freddy. Just do a fucking prequel of pre-burnt Freddy getting off with no evidence in court from doing fucked up shit to kids, and you would have just impressed every Nightmare on Elm Street fan ever.
Yeah.
But they fucked it up. But if you do watch that movie for the pre-burnt Freddy Krueger shit, that movie is sick. And Jackie Earle Haley, that's his name.
Yeah.
Jackie Earle Haley would have done a fantastic job as Freddy if they wouldn't have burnt him and made him the bitch Freddy. And they would have just made him creepy pedo Freddy that does creepy shit to kids in a fucking church as a church janitor or whatever the fuck he was in that movie. That's much creepier, and you're not fucking with the legacy of Freddy and Robert Englund, and you just made a real sequel / prequel, whatever you want to call it, that fits in the franchise. And the end of the movie could have been, if you're familiar with my favorite opening to a movie ever, Nightmare on Elm Street 1, with him making the glove. They could have ended the Nightmare on Elm Street remake with him getting burnt, him surviving somehow, and then you just see the work bench with the tools laid out. And then bam, part 1 starts.
Yeah.
And he's making the fucking glove. Like, they could have made that shit so sick. But yeah, that's just my stupid Slasher Dave Stoner idea of how they could have made Nightmare on Elm Street remake dope. But they didn't.
I think that's a good take, man. A lot of stoners just say, I could have made that better. You actually made a case that sounds like it would be better than the fucking what we got, man. I mean,
yeah,
I saw that at a midnight showing when it came out, and I was mad disappointed. And it was weird. It was just like, oh, really? Like, they're fucking tweaking? Like, come on.
But you got to admit that pre-burnt Freddy shit of him being a creepy pedo shit was scary and creepy and cool and not touched in, except for really Freddy's Nightmares, which was a shitty TV show made by him. The first episode of Freddy's Nightmares, have you ever seen that?
Mm-mm.
You got to watch every episode after the first episode doesn't really matter because it's like a Tales from the Crypt. So it's Freddy as the host. And he's not in each skit. He's just like explaining each one to you at the beginning of it. But the first episode of Freddy's Nightmares is him in court.
Oh,
and he's on some pedo shit with this little girl. And he drives a fucking ice cream truck. It's fucking cool. The first episode, it's like 25 minutes long.
Yeah.
But it's an extra little bit of Fred. If you're a fan, that is super fucking dope and cool. And if they would have made a movie, would have been dope.
Yeah, but that's how they should have did it, man.
Yeah,
you know, but people don't care about doing justice. They just care about that quick buck.
Oh man, we've been at it for a minute.
Yeah, it was an absolute pleasure having you on the show, brother.
Yeah, for sure, it was fun.
And, everybody, thank you for tuning into this episode of Death Matches and Death Metal, brought to you by Night Shift Merchandise and Deathmatch Worldwide. Make sure to buy your Death Metal merch. Make sure to buy your Deathmatch merch. And I just want to say, make sure to follow Slasher Dave on Twitter. Instagram is where he is active, though. So follow him on Instagram. I do fuck
with Twitter sometimes, but Instagram, yeah.
And then make sure to check out the Bandcamp. I have also linked Slasher Dave's Bandcamp as well as Acid Witch's Bandcamp. buy
Thank
the
you.
merch, support, buy some records, get all that good shit, and at the least listen, because
Yeah.
some fantastic music